Since my youth, I have been told that I was special. A prodigy of vast potential. I came to the Ishari Sanctum, seeking what knowledge I could glean from the Masters. But I found them fearful of the truth. I would learn nothing from them. But the old books, the prophecies they contained, showed me all that might come to pass, and all that I might become. Then, a star fell from the heavens, the sign that my moment had come. I will go west to Tristram, to stop the darkness that the star portends, and fulfill the destiny that beckons me.
Hello. Let me go ahead and do a few things real quick. I need to actually change some game options and all that fun stuff, because master volume needs to be down. I kind of wish I could set the volume for the cinematics as separate from this, but hey, Sleaze and Hugin, how you guys doing? Go ahead and set this down to about 7, I think will be fine. Yeah, that might still be a little bit loud, but we'll see how it kind of goes. Options, sound. Effects, we'll drop them down to like, I want to say 45 for that, and we'll raise the voice volume up. Just so you guys can kind of hear some of that stuff. Maybe raise this up to about 20. Getting the audio just right is something that I probably should have done beforehand, but I was fighting with thumbnail. Because they don't make it exactly terribly fun to mess with that kind of stuff. But anyway, we do have Paragon levels. I'm going to go ahead and level them up. This is not a ladder character. This is not any of those. Hey, Mason, how's it going? This is just us playing through the game. Not ladder, season. I think ladder is Diablo 2. I will do that a lot. Let's go ahead and just dump our Paragon points into there. Movement speed. We could do arcane power, but it's fine. I think this boosts our damage. But yeah, we have a bunch of different things that we can dump into it. So I'm going to go with... I don't know whether I actually want to make myself stronger or whether I want to actually just make myself have fun with it. Because I only have 72 Paragon points. Or whatever they're... Yeah, Paragon. Because that's what I stopped with whenever we were doing it as a group. So I will go with more damage. Just go straight more damage. I'll do a little bit of life per hit. Could do gold pickup radius to make things easier. Oh, let's see. Sure, resist all. Because we don't plan on being touched. And cooldown reduction, I think, maybe. Seem fine to me. Or do we want to just go straight attack speed? I think we'll go cooldown reduction. Doesn't really give us detailed information about what their cooldown's for, but that's fine. And we're set.
This place reeks of the dead.
I haven't played this
Fallen
game
star
in
must
for
be near.
freaking ever. So, sorry if I am bad at it. It's just what it is. What made me go Diablo 3, I'm trying to play through all the Diablos before the release, before the Diablo 4 beta. We've already beaten Diablo 1, took us about 4 days of just short episodes, but because I only stream for small spans of time, otherwise things get a little bit crazy.
Prophecy sent
The reason
me
I
in
went
search of
Wizard
the star
specifically
that
is
fell
because
on
it's
this
one I
land.
haven't played before.
It fell on the old cathedral. There was only one survivor, Leah. You should speak with her.
Captain Rumford, more dead are coming.
We can't open the gates until we drive them back.
I might need to up the difficulty.
Keep coming.
But hopefully you're doing well.
Nicely done.
If the audio balance is off, holler at me and I'll adjust it. I think I need to turn down the effects still.
I've never seen anyone fight
Okay.
like that before.
You've never seen anyone fight like that. We were literally shooting little beep pew-pews. Yeah, we have Reapers of Souls, and we have all the DLC. It's what it is. So I'm going to drop that down to about 10.
Guards, open the gate. You'll find Leah at the Slaughtered Calf Inn.
That should be a little bit better. But I'll probably have it fixed by the second one. So we have Ray of Frost. Let's go ahead and put... Yeah, that's going to be on our right click. So we have that normal attack, which just arcane energy. And this one uses arcane power. So pew, firing my lasers. I've played Necro, Barbarian, Witch Doctor, and I played a little bit of Monk. I haven't beaten the game with it. And I haven't technically beaten the game with the Witch Doctor. But I've played the Witch Doctor with friends who kind of rushed me through everything. So, it was a thing. Hi, Leia.
Are you Leah? Rumford said you survived the fallen star.
I did, but it blasted my uncle Deckard Cain into the depths of the old cathedral. I tried to search for him, but the dead were already rising. I came back here to rally the militia, but... Watch out! The wounded are turning!
This is killing business.
That was terribly difficult. I was literally taking a drink whenever they did that. But yeah, I don't remember
Dead will
most of the story
overwhelm us
stuff.
all, unless something is done.
I will make certain that doesn't happen. Your town is safe.
Thank you. You should speak with Captain Rumford at the gate. He can tell you what to do.
But yeah, every expansion, we have Necromancer if we want to play him later, but I have already beaten the game with him. And I'll probably keep playing through just on hard difficulty. If we start feeling it's too easy, I'll bump it up more, but I'm not worried about getting max level or any of that. The only word for Diablo 4 is the fact that they're going to turn Diablo into World of Warcraft.
What can I do to help you fight the risen dead?
I admire your courage.
I'm thinking it's going to be more like
Captain
Lost
Dalton
Ark.
and the militia were slaughtered by those things. Only I survived.
Thanks for the warning, but I won't be dying today.
Well, I have seen you fight. Strike at the wretched mothers and their queen. They're the ones vomiting out these horrors.
They're attacking the barricades!
But yeah, Diablo 4 is probably going to be more like... Don't stand in the way of my Ray,
There,
my
that's
dude.
one of the wretched mothers.
I
There are
got
more of them in the
pants.
ruins down the road.
I have pants. Well, sort of. It doesn't actually show on my character. It's like, do I have pants? Nope. Well, sort. Do I? Can't zoom in. But, yeah.
I, Deckard Cain.
I will skip the little audio logs, unfortunately, because there's a lot of them in this game, and they can get kind of invasive. I'll grab them, but that's just because I need the achievements. Oh, wow. This is super easy.
I will never.
When your one and only sadness with them going Paragon route instead of Diablo 2 skill tree. The Diablo 4 skill tree is going to be weird. It actually borrows from a few games. But no, I think Diablo 4 is sadly going to be more akin to Lost Ark, where it's just kind of like, well, here's a world and we're going to start just tacking stuff onto it. That's the main fear I have. That and, of course, monetization going to probably be a nightmare. And yes, I know killing faster gets us more stuff, but I'm not too concerned about it. I'm going to... Do we have the loot filter on this? Loot filter... I think it would be under gameplay. I don't remember where the loot filter is. It's fine. We'll just ignore the white things. But yeah, the game, this one, I wouldn't really call it World of Warcraft Diablo, but it shows the pedigree of the people who made it, which was Blizzard South. Blizzard North was more of a... They liked their single-player
Didn't think
stuff.
it could get any better.
See, you never got your head around the whole Paragon stuff. It's just more power. It's something to chase after. It's endgame content. Constantly trying to make yourself stronger. You always felt the Paragon system feels like a hamster wheel. You never really feel that much more powerful. And did we actually learn any spells from that? I think we get the next one at like 5 or something.
That should put an end to the attacks, at least for now.
The magic missile. Oh, there we go. Shock pulse. Releases a burst of uncontrollable electricity across the ground. Sure, we'll try it. I never really feel super invested in characters in this game, unfortunately. Oh, it's just charged bolt. It is literally just charge bolt. There is no loot filter. Ah. See, that tells you I've been playing a lot of other action RPGs.
This will be a good battle.
Wow, you're not even hurting me. Or if you are, I'm healing faster than you are. This is supposed to be hard mode. Yeah, Diablo 3 is very much more kind of geared towards the MMO mindset of dopamine fuel, unfortunately. Reptilian Sash of Slaughter. Sure, I'll take it. It's a belt. It's better than nothing. And the wand, I don't think really does anything for us. How's it going, by the way? Morgan and Istvan. Play on Tormented 1. Well, we just kind of started, but yeah, it's probably... We probably should be playing on a higher difficulty
More powerful.
because of our Paragon levels. I just hate having the little plus sign down here. It bothers the crap out of me. So, yeah. Hey, blast nearby enemies and freeze them in place. I think I have it set where I can put any skill on anything. Yeah, I do. So we can put Frost Nova on right if we want to. And make this into our beam. But I like having our beam on right. Okay, so yeah, and it will tell us the levels that we get the stuff at. It's been a long time since I played last. That tells you anything. You can play up to Torment 6 before reaching level 70. Ah, cool.
Old Tristram. Diablo himself once walked this place.
Yeah, she's super easy. Let's see, can we... Oh, you can only lower it. Okay. So we'd actually have to leave. But we got the waypoint, so we can actually just hop back in right here at higher difficulty. I think I will do Torment. Game. Have to wait for the nonsense. But yeah, I think you can only lower it. You can't raise it. If I'm remembering that before. Change. Actually, we're not going to go up to Torment. We'll do... Let's do Master, because I haven't really messed anything from Imperial Gems and stuff like that, but we'll see those kind of towards the end. But if I play with a friend, we're going to actually be going through Dragon Age Origins. Cool. But I don't expect to be, like, good at this game. That's not something that is high on my priority list. Playing through it with the wizard just to enjoy it. And no, I don't bother with the whole... Oh, we need to talk to Captain Runford. Let's see. Die. We actually have a quest we need to do. But yeah, we only have 72 Paragon. We probably shouldn't be bumping it up too high. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here just chewing on enemies for half an hour. Which is not a pleasant thing.
I promised Marco I'd... Thank you for your help, but could you talk some sense into Leah? She won't give up on the idea of rescuing her uncle.
Nor should she. I will help her find him.
Oh, and we got another sash. Is it better than what we had? No, it actually isn't. You also find the story is kind of like a bad soap opera episode. Yeah, you're not far off.
Come, let us search for your uncle.
It's one of those
We'll need
things
to
where it's
open
not
the
like high
cathedral
priority
first.
for me.
The guards locked it up
But we do
before
want to
were
actually
ambushed.
beat it.
Rumford told me they fought their way back to Adria's hut. The key must still be there.
Just a second. I'm adjusting my brace real quick because it's making me sweat. Azula from Last Airbender? Cool. Did not know that one.
Here, let me open the gate. Adria was my mother, but I don't know much about her. She died when I was very young. I was raised by Uncle Deckard.
What about your father?
I'm told he was a great warrior who was lost when Tristram fell to the demons.
I should play
Need
through
more
the Mass
arcane
Effect
power. I am
games.
stronger still.
I haven't played through them in a while. In fact, I don't think I've beaten any of them now that if memory serves. There's Adria's hut. Yay! I remember her. We were just buying Charge Bolt and Chain Lightning from her. Play without Paragon for a bit more challenge? I know. I just hate having the little blue check mark there. It bothers the crap out of me. That's the only reason I put them in. We've done it without putting it in, too. Okay. Go to our skills. We got a new secondary skill. We got Arcane Orb, Pure Energy that explodes on contact. I think we want that instead of Frost Nova, because I want to be ranged. Although Frost Nova is good for getting rid of those things.
Look, a hidden cellar. Follow me.
The Blizzard Store sale event is pretty stupid. You already have D2R. I haven't looked at the sale,
I think there was more to your
so
mother
I
than you
can't...
People said she was a witch, but I never believed it.
Apparently they have sale prices for the whole D2R plus D3 bundle. Well, let's go ahead and murder these things. I think on the Barbarian playthrough we skipped the Paragon levels. But people were mad at me how I
Here's
played the
key,
Barbarian.
and my mother's journal. What I've seen of it is disturbing. I want to know more about her, but that can wait. We need to save Uncle Deckard first.
I will search the cathedral. You stay here and learn what you can.
Thank you.
Aiden came to me last night.
Level
I
6.
suspected what was
We're going to be getting a
lurking
lot of
within
levels
his
very
troubled heart.
fast.
I consoled him as best I could. Regardless, wherever he's headed, hell will
waiting.
surely follow in his wake. The shadows close in on Tristram once again. But like Aiden,
Let's
I'll
see.
be gone before they fall.
Full D2R plus D3 bundle, but not the upgrade. Okay, so it's basically you have to spend a crap ton of money for nothing. We are bow using Sorceress. There we go. That's fine. And yes, I will randomly call her the Sorceress. I did not mean to that time, though. But it's just because I still Diablo 2 on the mind. Get it. Yeah, the one thing that's like kind of frustrating about the higher difficulties in Diablo 3, it doesn't really add much challenge. It just makes things
Another
take
unlucky
longer
villager.
to kill. Makes them tankier, and they do have more damage, of course, but... She was trained by the Diablo 2 sorceress. I wish they would have done the same thing that they did in Diablo 1 to Diablo 2, where they actually had more of the characters reprise their roles in Diablo 3, but they sadly did not.
So this is
I'm
Tristram
sorry.
Cathedral.
Hopefully the
fallen
future
star is
interviews go
somewhere
well.
inside.
Let's go rescue Old Man. Old Man Willikers, where are you? Find her in Act 5. Yeah, they do a little bit of the backstory of some of the characters in Act 5. I remember that from the Necromancer
This
playthrough.
must be where the star fell. Its crater
But
is tinged with some strange
In
magic.
Diablo 2, the actual, like, aftermath of the heroes from Diablo 1 was a thing. And yes, I know I can use that to deal damage to them. Hi, Zombles. I feel like I'm just spraying a fire hose at him. Diablo 2 kind of had this issue too, where, except you could sometimes get enemy reactions, but where in general there wasn't a lot of like physical reaction from the world while you're using your spells, which is always unfortunate. That's one of the things that I really liked about Torchlight 1, oddly enough, is you actually felt a physicality to your spells because of how they reacted with the environment. Apparently the assassin from Diablo 2 is her killer. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not super well versed on Diablo 3 lore. I know Diablo 2s, I know Diablo 1s, but that's because I played those a lot more. I've always had a bit of a chip on my shoulder whenever it comes to Diablo 3. Go, let's grab that. It gives us, I think that's, yeah. Move faster and unleash terrible blasts of energies on your enemies. Sweet.
If my old masters could see me now.
You always didn't play Diablo 3 because it needs online always. You just went with Path of Exile. I can understand that one for sure. The always online of Diablo 3 was one of the turn-off things. Another thing was whenever I was in the beta for Diablo 3, yes, I was in the Diablo 3 beta. You could play it before it finished downloading. Worked perfectly fine on my system while downloading. Didn't cause any issues whatsoever. I grew up on old school JRPG, so I love lore. It's just Diablo 3's lore isn't super deep. Oh, none of the Diablos are super, super deep, but it's still there. Leather pants, better than regular pants. E3 is all about the adventure mode, yup. But Dragon Age kind of came along a bit late for me. But I do plan on playing it. I have a few of them. I want to expand the channel's scope a bit. Just because that's something that I've wanted to do for a while. I want to do reviews and stuff like that. I already did review Diablo 3 after doing it with the Barbarian, but I generally don't consider post-game part of the game, and a lot of modern games are shifting towards post-game nonsense, which kind of just irritates me. It's like, yeah, it's cool, we can play this forever, that's awesome, we can get bigger numbers. But what about the actual game? The core game, the story, the actual beginning, end, all that stuff. Make sure that's working properly. Yes, you have to be online for Diablo 3, unless you're playing on console. Because blah, 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 there's a lot of stuff we do on the back end, and then they made it all on, like, offline on the consoles, and it's pretty obvious that's a load of shit. And they never made it offline possible for Diablo 3 on PC. Which is a ton of fun. Another thing I'm salty about. There's a reason why I have like a continually updating doc called Games as a Disservice. I still have yet to turn it into a video though. You play on console? Ah, yeah. I hear the controller setup on console is really good. I have it for PlayStation 3, but I haven't played it. I got it like with a bunch of other games.
I don't have enough arcane power.
You like how Diablo 4 story is going to reach into the endgame? Yes and no. I don't like having to grind for story either. So if they expect me to do, you get this bit of story after doing 100 maps, I will fuck off right whenever that happens. Have I tried Last Epoch? Yeah, I like Last Epoch. As global chat while... That's still online. But... yeah. You can play offline characters. I think we want to kind of mess around with as many skills as we can get a hold of. You stop knocking me over things, my buddy. There we go. Is that better? 5 life after each kill. I think I'd rather have the experience just so we get the levels up faster. And we can't use the Crusader shield anyway. It's easier on PC for you, but that's personal experience. Ah. But yeah, I'm never a fan of always online, because vast majority of the time when the services go offline, they don't release a patch to let you play offline. The game is just gone there and forever. Let's go ahead and swap skills real quick. I'm going to go ahead and try out the orb. Although we do have... Yeah, we'll just... I want to try Arcane Orb for a minute, and then we'll switch back. Magic Missile, increase the damage of Magic Missile, sure. We'll mess around with various other stuff. Better defense? Nope. I think that had... No, it doesn't have any sockets in it. I don't know. Oh, it's inferior, that's why. Isn't D4 going to be online only for everyone? Yep. Yes, it is. Unfortunately.
Foul minions, stay back! Back! May this ledge hold. The Skeleton King?
The power of the fallen star awakened me, and soon all will suffer as I have suffered. Gods, bring me his bones!
But yeah, that's one of the things that I actually hold against Diablo for, is that it's gonna be always online, but they wouldn't be able to milk you for microtransactions if it wasn't always online. Can I actually just tank him?
I need arcane power.
You mean story-related quests will still pop up in the end game? But yeah, I usually just go through the story. Let's see. There's a Grim Dawn mod for all D4 classes with D4 items. It's a great... I knew there was a Diablo 2 one for Grim Dawn. I didn't know if there was a Diablo 4 one.
Oh, thank you. But why did you risk yourself for me?
You live. Fortune smiles on you, old man. I'm here to bring you back to Leah.
Oh, it is wonderful to hear that Leah is well. I feared the worst. I learned of this secret passage through old maps I found.
Groovy, Kane. But yeah, count you out on that one since you get yourself killed easy enough on your own. Last thing you need is to stumble into PvP section. I think the PvP areas will hopefully be fairly clearly marked. I don't do PvP because I don't do well with it. I mean, I used to be very competitive in PvP and all that stuff. I just don't do it anymore.
I have fulfilled my promise to Leah and rescued her uncle, Deckard Cain. Now, all that stands between me and the fallen star is the Skeleton King, who has returned to darken Tristram once again.
Yay! More dialogue.
Uncle, you're alive!
Thanks to you and your friend here.
Our time is running short. What can you tell me about the fallen star?
Not much, I'm afraid, though the prophecy of the end days surely points to it as a sign that the end has begun.
Please, Uncle, not more of your stories. All that matters now is that you're back.
Nicely done.
They are giving me all the belts. Go ahead and throw the new belt on. Let's see, increases gold and health pickup, 6 intelligence. Do we want the life regen or do we want the intelligence? I think we'll just go with the intelligence. It'll help us kill faster. Actually, no. We'll stick with the life regen. But let's see. Sorry, not D4, it's D3. I know that there's some. Okay, let's go ahead and just salvage all. Arcane dust, sweet. And yeah, we can craft stuff. I'm not going to do that just yet. Intelligence improves our damage. I know that. But unfortunately, I already sold it. Early game, it's all about your main stat.
Don't tell anyone. This gate is locked by order of the captain.
Isn't this a merchant too?
Around here appreciates the work I put into acquiring these fine.
I'll keep that in mind next encounter we have. Currently have no quests. Oh, we have to talk to him. I forgot. We have to go through all the dialogue to get to actually doing the next thing.
He was driven mad by Diablo's evil. He lost both of his sons and his very soul before he was finally defeated. Now it seems he's risen to plague this land once again.
The Oryx's tale is sad, but I am here to find the fallen star, and the Skeleton King stands in my way.
The key to defeating him lies in his old crown. Seek out our blacksmith, Hadrig. He knows of its whereabouts.
Okay, that's what we need to go up there. Sells amulets and rings.
Leah spent all night alongside the blacksmith's wife, tending the wounded.
I think this
You've
one.
got to promise me you'll take good care of whatever I sell you.
I'll take a look at him in a bit. But yeah, it's not like Diablo's a terribly difficult game. We sadly don't have access to our... Or I'll skip this part.
I know it will be difficult.
Thank you.
But
Follow me.
it's not like Diablo 3 is a terribly difficult game. Dexterity and strength, nope. But it's going to be one of those things where it's still just fun to go through the story. Because this is still a better story than some other action RPGs.
I'm sorry.
You are helping them. You don't need to be sorry.
Because frankly, some other action RPGs just don't really do much. Like Fate, good game. The gameplay is perfectly fine. But it does not have story at all. And I'm switching this back to the laser. I prefer it. It's just more fun to play with. And I think she turns as soon as we get up here, doesn't she?
Mira, my love, forgive me.
Hadrig, help me.
Bleh. Just tanking her on Master or whatever it is.
My name is Hadrig Aemon.
So now I think we are actually starting in on proper quests. Unfortunately, early on, it's mostly just, here's junk to mess with. We don't really get to start seeing real evil big bad bosses until later. And I have to say, Diablo 3 did one thing better than the other Diablos. That is boss design. Diablo 3's boss design is better. Like, without a doubt. Volson's is pretty good for their boss design, but their basic balancing of the bosses is absolutely atrocious. Because it's like, stand in this very specific location to avoid the bullet hell. Oh, they're teleporter bastards. Funny.
Nicely done.
Okay. What do we get there? Rare bracers. I mean, sure, better than nothing. No extra XP from that either, sadly. Got Wave of Force. The damages nearby enemies. Okay, so it's another Nova. That's cool. And we've got Diamond Skin, temporarily absorbing for sure. No, we don't play defensive spells. Shock Pulse has... Yes. Yeah, we don't care about that. We'll just hover over it and let you tell us that what it is. Thank you. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. But yeah, I know that Diablo 3 still has more players than Diablo 2 even. It's mostly because it does have that seasonal aspect that people enjoy. And I don't begrudge post-game content for other people. It's just not something I personally... And yes, I am trying to get my kill count up so I can get bigger XP boost. That is one of those dopamine things that, yes, it works on me even though I'm aware of what it is. There we go.
My power grows.
Level 10! Nothing from... Oh, yeah, we did actually get something from it. We got a new passive skill. So we have Blur, truly powerful wizards... Okay, so that reduces the damage we take, and then we have you deal 30% additional damage for enemies further than 30 yards away. Don't know the yard measurement in this, but sure. Why not? Assuming we're about 5 foot tall, that would be just shy of 2 yards. So most of the screen away. Do I enjoy Diablo 3? As a game, I appreciate what it is. It's just arcadey, fun, action RPG stuff. I think it would have been received much better if it wasn't a Diablo game. If it was Warcraft, the action RPG, it would have been received a ton better, but they wouldn't have had the access to the same lore. But it's Diablo 3, and people judge it against the other Diablo games, so it doesn't really stand up to them in terms of basic design principles. Although I am slightly biased against Diablo 3 because I've had multiple bad experiences with it, mostly from a historical perspective, and I'm not going to lie and say that I'm entirely just immune to that kind of stuff. The modern version is better than the old version. See, I don't mind the art style. If it was, like I said, if it wasn't a Diablo game, it would be perfectly fine in that regard. Yeah, I might drop the difficulty down just so we're not standing here fighting bosses for an hour and a half because we don't do a ton of damage. Torchlight 2, I wouldn't say Torchlight 2 is the better game. They're probably about the same in my opinion, but Torchlight 2 does have some better things about it, like modability.
Need more time.
God, I hate knockback.
I am stronger still. Time to test my skill.
Give me all your crap, and we're gonna drop it down one difficulty. Because I don't want to sit there fighting those things for an hour and a half. got to the franchise when 3 came out, but when you played D2R, it just completely shifted your perspective. D2 is just leagues beyond D3 ever was. Diablo 2 has better itemization. It has better character investment. It's just one of those things where it's like, Diablo 3 is the arcade Diablo. For better and for worse. Like, it's easy to just jump in and be like, I want to play some Diablo. Okay. Let's see. What else did we get on here? Spectral Blade, summon Mystic Blades that slice through enemies. Sure, we'll try it out. But Diablo 2 has way better skill systems. It has better item systems. There's still a lot of imperfections with it, don't get me wrong. It has better mechanics, too. Now, what I mean by that is things like Crushing Blow and Slow and Knockback and Stun and all that other kind of stuff that you combine into your thing. This one, generally, if you're not going DPS, you're wasting time. Which is kind of sad. Let's see. But yeah, Diablo 2 just did a lot of things right. Diablo 3 is literally... it's a good arcade thing. It's kind of like comparing... I'm trying to think of a good example from other genres. It's kind of like modern Final Fantasies versus old Final Fantasies. Because modern Final Fantasies are all about the, like... oh, you're using real-time commands in combat as your stuff charges up, whereas in the older ones, it was more strategy. Like, you got to your turn, you decided what you wanted to do. The fact that D2 still stands up to most games says how good it was? Yes. One thing D3 has that you always loved is stupid corpse physics. That comes with a 3D engine. But yes. And mostly if I lower difficulty, it's just because enemies are spongy. Just for those that are wondering why I lowered the difficulty then. Because we're here to play the game, not be like, oh, I'm slowly chipping away at a mile-long, 12 trillion life enemy. Sweet! One thing I find ridiculous in a lot of games. Cut off the, like, millions of zeros and just actually make it a game. Hey, full towels? Congratulations. You like when sometimes the corpse hits the screen, doesn't happen. Oh, when they hit the screen. I don't think I've ever actually seen that happen. Not in Diablo 3. I've seen it happen in other games. I've sort of seen stuff like that happen in Battletoads. The very first boss you fight in that one, you actually throw things at the screen. Chancellor's Altar. Beneath the cemetery. We'll go this way first. Oh, that's locked. Okay. But I do like physics in combat and stuff like that. That's one thing that that Torchlight did quite well. Was just making it feel like you were actually doing something when you hit things. Like these guys, yeah, I see the effects crossing over them. I see them sometimes recoil. But for the most part, it doesn't really have any weight to it. It's just flashy lights and smacking into them. Whereas in Torchlight, you hit something with a hammer, it'll pretty much almost always react to it. Unless it is something massive that wouldn't react to that actuality. Hi, imps. Where's your gold goblin friend, by the way? Let's see. I could destroy those things for a faster run walk boost as well. That, I do remember, is a thing in this. I'm not letting him run away. There is no sense in having mercy for these guys. They've already died once before. Ah, mortar. If you're wondering what those little grenades were, that's their special ability. We'll throw that on our head. Do we have intelligence on any of these? Dexterity, monsters grant +5 experience is a bit better. More experience, more better. But yeah, I still think atmosphere-wise, Diablo 1's the best. As far as itemization and skill kind of organization, Diablo 2 is the best. In terms of kind of just ease of access, Diablo 3. Diablo 3, you can jump in. It's literally left click, right click. You don't really, to beat the game, you don't have to learn anything. You literally just have to learn click on enemy, kill them.
I don't believe it. A trap.
Whereas Diablo 2, you generally have to learn how resists and mechanics and stuff like that work. Diablo 1, you really have to learn what the spells do. Unless you want to be just in for a really pain in the ass time, especially as the warrior. Or the rogue.
This magic is nothing. I need to hold out a little longer.
Man, that second skill does nothing. So much power in the sets. Yeah, it's pretty much just guaranteed to be set nonsense in this game, isn't it? That's one thing that I have heard. I've never actually bothered kind of going full on for them.
I am stronger still.
Ah, Jailer of Souls. Hi. We got Arcane Torrent, which is a new skill, which will be nice. I do miss the ability to just, like, hold the right click on the enemy in Diablo 2, and it'll just track them on its own. That's one thing I do kind of miss. There's more monsters? Oh, there he is.
My knowledge increases.
Let's take away the whole show and itemization. Yep. That I have heard plenty of times. Let's see. 15 intelligence. Sure, we'll take it. 9 intelligence and 2 life per second. Yep, we'll take it. Now that we have that, we can actually swap this into there. Rid of the belt. And I think that is not all we want to pick up. We want more experience. Arcane Turret is sucky. Disintegrate will be better. Okay. I mean, we'll probably still show it off. In fact, I'll probably... Ooh, we got Energy Twister as well. Release a raging tornado that wreaks havoc across the battlefield. Okay. You've got a new thing for Magic Missile, which is Glacial Spike. Explodes on impact, dealing cold damage and freezing enemies. Sure. We'll just look at it real quick, see what it does. Oh, it's... yeah. One of them spells. And it's actually really expensive for what it's doing. I'll stick with Ray of Frost, thank you very much. As far as our other skills, have we... Oh, we don't have them yet. So you can get, like, ice armor and stuff like that. We don't really need conjuration. Mastery... Mirror Image, Archon. Yeah, we'll get to each of these skills. I don't know if we'll get all the runes for them, but we'll get to each of them. Disintegrate. Oh, familiar. I might do familiar. Just because that sounds fun. Okay, and so disintegrate's another beam one? Yeah, okay. Yeah, disintegrate is basically our upgraded ice beam. I'm just going to check on these little side areas real quick. Because they're probably dead ends. No treasure in there, though. Yeah, usually those little cluster, like, I'm firing 95 million things, get outclassed really fast in games like this. Just because they just don't do enough damage per missile. Beam weapons are kind of hit or miss in the same respect, but they require pretty much zero aiming skill. Now, if that skill was homing with those arcane little bolts, that would actually be kind of cool. Treasure Goblin, no, he's going to get away. Oh, no, he didn't get away. Sweet. That... Yay. Familiar is good. It attacks when you do, and the rune will increase the damage. Okay. Let's go ahead and Wand of Wounding. Increases our damage. We lose our XP boost, but that might actually be worth it. Search for the Chancellor's altar beneath the Cemetery of the Forsaken. Why are we... I have a feeling this is going to be the wrong one. Just a random hunch.
This isn't the right crypt. The crown must be in one of the other ones.
See? It's in the wrong... Your princess is in another castle. Okay, fine. Is it always the last one you get to on this, or am I mistaken? I like that we have our little witch's hat set up, though. I approve of this. Do we actually have a view of our character? I think we have to go to a different screen to actually get that. Got a ring. 7% area damage. Cool. And 10 life after each kill is welcome as well. Heal us up after the fight. But yeah, I don't hate Diablo 1. I'm just not... I mean, sorry. I don't hate Diablo 3. I'm just not as big a fan of it as Diablo 1 and 2. They always felt like I invested more in them mentally whenever I was playing the characters. I have an empty equipment slot. I will look at it in a minute.
Need more arcane power.
Hey, the glacial spike is mildly entertaining. That is aggressive. There we go. Yeah, it's Diablo 3. What am I... Oh, it's because I don't have a offhand. I don't think I have anything I can put in my offhand, do I? No. Don't complain at me, game. The only viable build is crit build, and your choices have no meaning, Diablo. That's only if you're going for endgame nonsense. I don't give a shit about endgame nonsense. I don't plan on farming rifts or whatever. It holds no meaning to me to have bigger numbers. I like going through the actual story and beating the core game, if that makes sense. But as an arcadey kind of action RPG, this is fine. Although, whenever it comes to more arcadey ones, I actually prefer Shadows, oddly enough, for action RPGs. If you haven't played that one, it's single player only. And it has a definite beginning to end. It has absolutely, like, zero replay value. but it's actually a good game.
I need arcane power. I don't have enough arcane power.
It's going to keep popping that up since I don't have a shield on, isn't it? That's going to actually piss me off. I hate screen clutter. I am liking Glacial Spike, though, just from a visual aspect. It's much more punchy than the other skills we've been using. Okay, we can put the mantle on. That better not be the only... Yeah. They tried to give an option so not to make sets... They tried to give an option so not only sets make your builds viable, but it actually doesn't work for all builds and classes. There's a ring set and a legendary gem that buffs your damage when wearing only legendary. Okay. Can't say... I mean, the thing that Diablo 2... I mean, and it didn't do this whenever it originally released. I think Diablo 2 kind of came around to having the good itemization. Is that it actually had a... You felt like you were...
The crown isn't here.
I get it. I'm not supposed to be here. But it kind of came into it with Lord of Destruction, where you essentially have the ability to craft useful items. The crafted items in Diablo 2, great addition. Rune words, great addition. They give you a lot more agency over what your character has. Sets were a nice idea, and they should be very powerful and viable, but you need those curve smoothing stuff like rune words and like, let's go ahead and take these guys out real quick. Like rune words and crafted items, and even just the fact that magic items were still viable in Diablo 2 was a very important thing that a lot of future games have not really captured.
I become
There
more
was a reason, like, to pick up 90% of the things in the game, you could find GG items. Okay, so we have a new spell. I don't want Conjure. I don't want Ice Armor. I don't think it's going to do anything for us. Protects yourself with a berry device that chills attackers. I'm going to go with... Let's go with Arcane Orb on that one.
Need more arcane power.
Oh, that costs Arcane Power now. What? I thought that was... Oh, that's wrong one. Okay, let's go with... Shock Pulse and Explosive Bolts. There we go. And I will switch out this, the Tornado, for the Explodey Bits. That way we have our Nova, we have our Smack 'em in the Face'ems, and then we have our free stuff.
I need arcane power. Still waiting.
Okay, so that's the big guy. There we go. Oh, I need to move out of that. Bye.
Need more time.
Now we just punch him in the face. You get why rune words exist, but in practice they made so much obsolete. They were really good before things like Greed. Because Fury was a great thing, but you still had a use for uniques and stuff like that. But whenever things like Grief came about, Enigma, they really did. That would have happened even if those items were just uniques. But, yeah. I think there needs to be value in each item type. Magic needs to be your single focus, extremely strong stuff for just that purpose. Rares need to be your jack of all trades. Uniques need to be your special effects that you can't get on rares and magics. And then rune words need to be your curve smoothers, and crafted items need to be your curve smoothers. So they can do things like rares, like uniques. They can kind of be the floaty in-between if you need something to fill a niche. Diablo 2, there's more power in equipping rune words, but you can still find holy, rare, and magic items. Sadly, uniques are not that good. Well, there's a few uniques that are good. But yeah, armor and stuff like that, you generally don't use uniques, except maybe sometimes on your merc. Helmets are probably the one that gets the most attention for the socketables. Some unique armors like Ormus, Viper Magi can serve their use in specific builds. But sadly, I have not been super excited at a drop in any game anymore. I know that's kind of weird to say. I love playing games, but as I've gotten older and I've just kind of like played through, I can get the best item in a game, and people are still amazed that I'm not exactly like, woo, yeah, throwing stuff around. I just don't have that mental investment in it anymore. It's more I just want to experience the world. That's probably the reason why I'm not big on post games. Like, Diablo 3 has interesting world. It's not the best told story in the world, but it's fine. Okay, this is going to be our stairs up, isn't it? Yep. It's also not a good idea to give single-class abilities other via a single item, especially when something like Teleport made rune words like Enigma too mandatory for optimal MF. I can see arguments on both sides of that. Let's see. Boots. Those are just straight up better. Kind of sad we still don't have a shield. I could really, really use a shield. But yeah, teleport in general is a hard thing to balance in games, and there's really no wheeling that one back, unfortunately. Most you can do is add teleport to other things, in which case it just makes Enigma less mandatory, but teleport more ubiquitous. Makes it less Sorceress specific. But Sorceress is so good at speedruns because of her teleport. Just natural. What do I think? What percent do I think stick around for post game? Enough to justify microtransactions related to it. Post game players, in my opinion, are most likely going to be your whales. Except they're just time whales instead of money whales. I think most people, if you judge by like achievement rates in games, hey DV. But I get it. I don't have a shield. Fuck off. It's because I literally haven't had one drop. But yeah, it's going to keep popping that up. You're just not fond of taking away what makes a class unique by giving it to other classes? Yeah, in some respects. But like I said, I can see arguments in both directions. Like, adding fanaticism to something definitely changes a lot of other builds. Whereas teleport just gives every build more movement. Whereas fanaticism helps your martial builds. It doesn't help your casters, so not all casters are going to use it. Whereas all your, like, Amazons and stuff like that absolutely do use it. So it's really one of those things that has to be carefully implemented, or you have to implement an alternative skill that does something similar. Maybe have it be reduced compared to the original. But anyway, back on the how many people stick around for the post-game, I do think they are just time whales. And if you go by the rate of achievements as far as how many people even complete games, it kind of does reflect that as well. Because for a lot of games, you're lucky to see even a like 20 or 30% completion rate of the game. Most people stick around for a few hours and they move on to the next game. Regardless of the game, just go look at Steam achievement rates. There's a lot of games that I've beaten that have less than 10% completion. You love how Diablo 3 gave every class viable movement skills? I do think that every class should have some kind of movement tech, even if some are harder to engage than others. Absence of a holy class in Diablo 4, you won't mind that as much. I think we'll eventually see a holy class in it. Yay! Can you shut up about my empty equipment slot? I don't have a shield to put in there.
The crown must be here.
I swear, that pop-up is going to, like, cause me to have an aneurysm. Doesn't the door close? No, I guess the door doesn't close behind me. There we go. Mangle Maw, eat my laser. You hope the first expansion doesn't take too long to come out because it's going to be weird not having a holy class at launch. I don't know if it's going to be the first expansion that gets it. Yes, I'm giving myself more XP. Stay a while and listen. He's still alive as of right now.
The unburied.
Yeah, I'll do it whenever I'm in town next. It's just getting irritating right now. You suppose druids and barbarians can help with group buffs? Yeah. Honestly, while Diablo 4 is going to be online and stuff, I'm not so sure they're going to go too heavy into the group buff kind of thing. I don't know yet. I want to play it and actually see it firsthand. I'm going to start as a necromancer, though. Okay, so that's where we're going to end up going. This is going to be our quick exit. It makes sense lore-wise that there's no... I am always a necromancer.
No, I will not allow you to bring that monster Leoric back to this world.
Yeah, knock me back. I will laser you in the face. Yay, we got a spell book. I can stop complaining now. It's plus vitality, but it's fine, I guess. Oh, wants me to use town portal, eh? Let's see. I'm gonna come over here to the waypoint and I'll just go talk to them. If I remember correctly, this opens the gate for us.
You found the crown. Truth be told, I didn't think you'd make it back alive.
Necro was pretty good in the D4 closed beta.
Needs repair.
Yeah, I didn't get invited to that. Ugh. I am not considered friends and family of Blizzard because I actually criticize them. That and they probably don't even know I exist, but that's a whole different discussion.
I need something more than making spades to occupy my mind. I want my life to mean...
You like that all Necros will have summons? I love summoning.
I will use your handiwork for great things.
I know that a lot of people say that summoning is boring to watch, but I love...
My dearest Haedric, do not...
I love using summons. It just makes like gameplay smooth out. That the Zakarum Faith has like no one left because first most in the Paladins died in D2 thanks to Mephisto, and then in D3 a lot of the Crusaders would have died in D3 due to Act 5. Yeah.
I have the crown.
It does
How do
make
I
sense
reach
if you
the
look at it
Skeleton
like
King?
that.
At last.
I haven't played through with a
With
Crusader,
it,
by the
you
way.
can unlock the sealed door in the room where you rescued me and enter the royal crypts. When you find the Skeleton King...
The Skeleton King died.
Let's go murder some more. Cathedral Garden. Okay. There's a lot of strategy with your army if they do it right. Yeah. There's very few games that do summons great, but the more control you have over them, the more... This is one reason why I wish they'd bring the RTS team, well, the RTS developers, over into the action RPG games. And let them help with it a little bit. Let them help with the summoners. Bring one of the designers from an RTS game over to it. You will learn a lot about, well, making things work right. There was actually a RTS that centered around your main character. Your character was the cursor. And they actually could die and you'd lose the mission. I forget which one it was, but that would actually be a really good way to handle summons. Ah, there's a lot of strategy. Okay, there's going to be a sword and board in Diablo 4. It would have to be a Templar, possibly. Or they could just sadly lean the Barbarian into it, but I would actually kind of hate that.
I don't have enough arcane power.
Glacial spike in this. I kind of want Frozen Orb, but I don't think we actually get Frozen Orb, do we? But I actually loved the Diablo 3 Necro, but I played it whenever it first released and it was supposedly overpowered. I think they've nerfed it since then. But I could be wrong. Someone can correct me on that one. There will always be new generations that take up the banner. There's regions we've yet to visit in the games. Yeah, there's tons of regions we've yet to visit. At some point, we'll need holy forces to counteract the darkness. Kind of, honestly, if they're going to make it a holy order, I kind of hope they make it a revitalized Haradrim. That's my personal preference. Kind of like a mage warrior of the holy order. Borrow like spell sword kind of builds from other games and turn that into a class. Make it more like the D&D paladin where you have, yeah, you have auras and stuff, but you're also augmenting it with your actual just like raw damage skills.
Not ready yet.
Angels will be involved somehow. I wouldn't be surprised if we fight the angels at some point. Believe it or not. You know what? We'll just go back to this. Increase our toughness. We need to go back to town and scrap some stuff as well. Kind of like the Iron Wolves, except actually let you melee attack. Iron Wolves sadly do not have the pokes. My favorite chicken dish. That's a tough one. Can we narrow it down to a, like, region? Paxonite. By the way, welcome to the stream. Oh, goodness gracious. But, huh.
My name is Lockdown, and I'm cursed.
See, there's a lot of chicken I like. Chicken shawarma, teriyaki chicken. Oh, God. Chicken tacos are actually kind of good, too, if you've never had them. chicken nachos. No, chicken is one of those things where it can be a lot of different things. Beef is a little bit harder to do. Beef, my favorite dish would be gyros, but that's entirely different discussion. I'm not really big on salty and sweet, believe it or not. So I generally skip out on pineapple chicken, but I know why people like it, because that is one of the classic combos. Same reason like some people like the chicken parmesan. Although chicken parmesan I can do a little bit better, because marinara is a bit more acidic than sweet, whereas pineapple is sweet and acidic. You like chicken 65? I don't know what that is. It doesn't seem like Anarius and Lilith are on good terms right now. Yeah. I think we're going to be fighting both sides in Diablo 4. That would be the easiest way for them to generate just like never-ending content. Which would keep that money trainer rolling for a good 3 or 4 years. Chicken gravy and biscuits, that's a good combo. I mean, I've done chicken and waffles too. That's actually kind of a good combo. I generally prefer my chicken spicy whenever I'm doing various things like Americana type stuff. So just straight fried chicken is great. You don't think we'll see Primevals in the base game? Don't know. Chicken 65 is good comfort food. Okay. I will try to remember to look it up after stream. If you post it as a comment in the food poll that we were doing, I'll be more likely to see it.
A foe worth killing. Still waiting. I don't have enough arcane power.
I need its minions gone more than it. Yeah, I have a hard time dodging those mortars.
I wish I could do that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and back off a little bit. Let our healing potion come back.
I didn't think I could get any better.
Active skill unlocked slow time. How does that work in a multiplayer game? And passive skill unlock. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what the passive skills are. We've got reduce all cooldowns by 20. Oh, yes. Increase all damage done by 15%. Decrease armor and resistances by 10. Okay, let's go ahead and reduce all cooldowns. Arcane Orb. Yeah, we don't need to change that out. You have Numb. I'm going to stick with Cold Blood. Frost Nova got Shatter. Got Electrocute. Cast Chain Lightning and electrocutes up to 3 enemies. We'll put that instead of Shock Pulse. And we got Slow Time. Fracture time and space around your target location, slowing enemies around you while you move unhindered. That might actually go into our Shock Pulse one. Hey, Mocha. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Yeah, this is non-season. Wings with bone or bone without bone? Depends. If they're breaded, without bone. If they're not breaded, with bone. Because I like the sauce and stuff like that to really be marinated into the chicken, but if they're breaded, generally the sauce just makes the breading soggy and nasty. You hope they come up with a good twist for Diablo 4 story. The best Diablo tales usually do. I'm still disappointed that Diablo 3 didn't lean in on Lord of Lies. Because that would have been the twist that I would have liked to see, is the Lord of Lies basically manufactured the whole thing to try to usurp hell. But that never happened. You think they hinted at Mephisto's demons being in Diablo 4, but I'm not sure if that's just Lilith using everything at her disposal or whether Mephisto himself will be summoned back somehow. I mean, we'll probably see Mephisto in, like, endgame content, even if it's, like, non-story kind of stuff. That makes sense. You know, fan service kind of thing. Since you've been using the Star of Astaroth. Don't know what that is. Fire immunity since you got the amulet. It's amazing for survivability. So many fire damaging enemies. Cool. You woke up 15 minutes ago, waiting for coffee to be ready. Oh, make me some too. I might actually have to get up midstream and get some caffeine. Yeah, this is non-season. Mainly because I already had this character created, geez, 1.5 million years ago. I made them all because I originally intended to actually play through every single class whenever I started on the Necromancer. But ended up not doing that because the game is... It's a decent enough game, but it was not decent enough for me to be playing through for every single class. Okay, back off over here. That's kind of a cool effect. I need to kill these buggers. There's one. Yeah, they totally botched Lord of Lies. Yes. Yes, they did. As the Lord of Lies, he should have been frickin' deceptive, but it's like they never really lean into that. And it's really disappointing. Okay. Right click to identify. Yep. You'd think he'd be much more capable and deceptive. So intelligence, vitality, attack speed by 3, poison damage, 20 life per kill. The damage of Arcane Orb is increased by 354%, and its explosion triggers an additional time. Cool. It's way better now than it was at release. Yes, Diablo 3 is way better than release version. Stability and gameplay-wise. Primevals are just punching games in the punching bags. At least they have patterns to their attacks. That is one thing that they did better than in Diablo 2. Diablo 2 was just, we are randomly choosing whatever... Oh, hi, guy.
It's not my time to die.
There we go. Grab that. You missed Balrog Demons and Blood Knights. Oh, man. We have Blood Knight memories. But, yeah, it's... I think I'm going to put this on right-click now that we have the unique for it. So let's go ahead and swap those out. Arcane Orb, put Obliteration on it, accept. And this can be the lasers. I feel you attacking me. It's okay. Oh, I can't put it there? Can you stop for just like half a second, my dudes? Can I not put that on there? There we go. It's because we were being attacked. Could have sworn you saw something similar to Balrog's in D4. Probably. Yeah, the players are heroes. I just like that there's like actual proper attack patterns in Diablo 3. That is one thing that I think bosses need, or like MacGuffins are nice in-battle MacGuffins. Like, oh, you have to destroy this orb to deal them damage, and they'll regenerate it after you destroy it. That I'm fine with. But, yeah. Wow, that just... that is a lot stronger. In Diablo 4, you hope enemies don't talk to you mid-fight. That's... yeah, I can agree with that one. But they might. Might be one way they deliver lore. But then you're going to have people who just... yeah.
Your magic is weakening.
I don't have enough arcane power.
Now, back to my mission.
You like the taunting lines in a fight before in Diablo 2? Yeah, the taunting lines are fine. I'm talking about like actual lore discussions. Those can be a pain in the ass. I think that's the first time we've actually gotten pinged by the ice.
Who are you?
You will know soon enough. Help me find my gear. I will reward you well.
There's a setting in the options for what?
This infernal place.
I have unfinished business with the Skeleton King.
As do I.
You think tomes are a better way to pass down lore? In some cases, yes. I think actually, for me, if I were to choose like my favorite way to get lore, cinematics. But I like movies, so. But cinematics can also be extremely disjointing to look at. Feels like I'm playing Torchlight, pretty much. But Torchlight, in my opinion, did some things better. And some things worse, don't get me wrong. No game is perfect. I think this is a bit more accessible. Let's see, leather mantle, 21 intelligence, yes.
I am Cormac.
If tomes, and we will be playing through Torchlight as well, just not right away. If the tomes are read to us, then sure, you hate having to stop to read exposition in games. Yes. They need to be voice acted, especially for the budget and the price that they're asking for Diablo 4. Diablo 4's price is god-awful, but that's another discussion we can get into if you really want to, but yeah, Diablo 4's price is highway robbery, especially considering it's going to have microtransactions. Like tomes because they give a sense of mystery, like how you find out about the country's countess is so chilling. Yeah, but that one is actually read to you too. You kind of have to stay there for it, but still. We all of a sudden have become very powerful. Take heed and witness the truth. Stay a while and listen.
No. Bars our way, but the will of a Templar is stronger.
The will of a Templar can destroy thorns. Cool.
Templar John Dark. How could you succumb to this coven?
I like how they gave him the last stab, even though I nuked him.
By the coven's evil magic. Betrayal can never be forgiven.
Wow.
Thank you for your aid. I will go with you on your hunt for the Skeleton King. But there is one condition. If we find the sacred tomes of my order, they are mine.
That is agreeable, though I wouldn't mind taking a look at them.
Then onwards we go to fight the Skeleton King.
Onward. Actually, I think he's just in there, so I might as well take these. So I can crunch them down into nothingness. Up. Yeah, crafting materials, I don't have a ton of them, but I have some. We can mess with them later. Because I think he's on, what, the 5th level? So we're probably not going to run out of space. Now let's just go this way. I don't remember if the maps in Diablo 3 are fixed or not. I think they might be kind of like Grim Dawn, where it's, yeah, it's a similar shape. Yeah, it's a similar thing, but not something that is...
I need arcane power.
Wow, I just hit the mana button for Diablo 2. Holy butts.
A foe worth killing.
Was that foe really worth killing? Just granadas. Okay, yeah, this skill is pretty powerful with this wand.
I am unstoppable.
Now all I need is something to like reduce the cost of my skills to like 0. That would be a thing.
In the eastern kingdom of Khejistan, I heard rumors of Zakarum warriors called Crusaders. While the
Zakarum warriors called Crusaders, weren't we just talking about that? Part of me is surprised there were no cult. Well, actually, sort of. We did have a cultist of sorts. Adria. Because she actually sided with the evil. She would kind of be a cultist. We just didn't see him in combat.
My power grows. I am unstoppable.
Now I just need something to boost up our little missile thingy, and I will be happy. There's a spin-off game we're thinking about. After defeating Diablo 2 and D2, the warrior's soul fights his way from hell to atone salvation. I'm not sure they'd ever make that, but it's an interesting concept. I always thought there should be a Diablo RTS where you can choose to play as either the Forces of Heaven, Forces of Hell, or the Forces of Sanctuary. And you'd have access to different things, and you'd basically be fighting for the end of things. But I don't see that ever happening these days. There's no long-term monetization for it, sadly. Do we have better pants? No. Okay, skills. I'm going to actually town portal.
I need to go back.
And I will be back down here. I'm going to see if I can get... There he is. Hi, Templar.
May the battles never end.
Does he actually have gear on him? Just garbage. Let's go ahead and equip him up as well.
Ah, good.
Oh, he can't equip that because that's Crusader specific. Okay. Mask of the Lion. That's going to be better than what we have, unfortunately. Let's see. Magic pants. Sure.
Thank you. Excellent.
Actually, I kind of think... Oh, neither of the gloves we have are good for him. That's extra dexterity.
I will use this.
Pauldrons. We have health globes or we have vitality.
Good thought.
I think that's all he can equip. A Diablo dating sim. Good lord. Do you want to be my Diablo daddy? Ew. Let's go ahead and chuck that on him.
This will help.
Actually, can he equip the spear? No, the club is better. Where's the salvage? There it is. Salvage all white items. Salvage all blues. Got some arcane dust, and we have a crap ton of gold. As if a Dead by Daylight dating sim wasn't cursed enough. Oh lord. There's so many cursed dating sims that could exist, and probably do, because there's a similar thing to dating sims as Rule 34 for other things. That's just no. That's a nope, my friends. The Diablo Daddy Dom sim. Oh, ew. Do I actually have... Yeah, I do have shared stash. It's just I'm not high enough level stuff. I don't even know what's in here. Got a Leoric's crown we could wear. You know what? Tell you what. I will wear Leoric's crown while fighting Leoric. Just because it makes me happy. Okay, back to where we were. Now that we've cleaned out our inventory. Are you saying the butcher doesn't deserve love, by the way? Is this what you're telling me?
You dare attack me? Need more arcane power.
The arc's great, but rocking the broken crown for a while. Yeah. Let's see. Actually, we're using 2 legendaries now. The Templar. I forgot to select his skills. What skills do we want? Taunt enemies nearby when you're hit. Or heals you in the Templar. Then we have provides life regeneration for you in the Templar. Or enemies that are hit or are hit by the Templar are slow. Let's go ahead and get life regen.
My power grows.
Massive blow to an enemy and causes the target and nearby enemies to take increased damage. Or stun. Let's do increased damage. And taunt.
A worthy choice.
You're not dating Lorik because he's already pretty bony? But he's a real rib tickler. He's a knee slapper. He's got a deadpan sense of humor, though. Sorry, couldn't resist. Stupid jokes and me are one and the same.
How does that feel?
Wow. This really is just broken right now. I don't know what the chances of me getting that wand this early was, but it just makes that skill stronger than anything else I have. There being numbers for followers' abilities, but it might be some hidden setting. I don't know. Hopefully he'll use them. The amount of dad puns Leoric will make. Ugh. I already did the funny bone one. We're not doing that one again. Here. Bonk. For those of you who didn't know, yes, you can kill stuff with that. Artillery! Maybe I am Leoric. You never know. So that was a dead end. So will be when we get to the final area of this. Like the amount healed, how long the buff lasts, how much damage, etc. Ah. It could be just like stat based on their levels. But what is the key for them? F. Because I wager... Oh, yeah, it doesn't actually tell you, does it? Nope. Details... Yeah, it doesn't say. Oddness. Of course, numbers in D3 are a bit obfuscated. Just by being just so large. Achievement for making kills by dropping chandeliers, but you're not getting it on harder difficulties. Ah. So maybe we should leave it on this difficulty. Yeah, I don't... Generally, my rule of thumb is a game should be balanced around normal difficulty. The experience the developers intended should be on that difficulty. I don't think Diablo 3 is balanced like that, especially not now. At some point it may have been, but nowadays it's not. You just have difficulty bloat. More like environment stuff doesn't do enough damage. Yeah, in higher difficulties it wouldn't. But it's fine. We're not playing on Torment 27 or 138 or 5. We're not even playing on Torment. The warmth of light has entered my tomb. Is it light or life?
By all that is holy, do you see that enemy over there?
By all that is holy, have you seen what enemy?
You dare attack me?
Oh, they gonna blow. Bye. And yes, I am still pressing like 1 through 4 just for like mana and health potions out of just muscle memory. That's not sad and a half. Boom.
It was Lazarus. Of that I am certain. He alone had the king's ear and whispered dark and evil magics into it, instilling the notion of an imminent attack by Westmarch. Afraid to speak against the Archbishop, the councillors nodded their empty heads in agreement and sent us off to die.
Poor Lardonin. All the people that went down into the Diablo 1 tombs probably would have made for an interesting story. That would make a horrible book, though, because that's not a happy ending. Got your ear. Oh, wow. Diablo 2 flashback there. Diablo 2 PvP.
A glorious development.
And level 18. What did we get from that? I don't think we got new skills from it. Keep pressing O instead of F.
This will aid me.
Not even gonna say it. Got you the itch to play Diablo 3. It's a fun just pick up and play game. I don't think it's one that I can actually personally stick with long periods of time, but it's fun to just pick up and play through for a few hours at a time. The little lore audios in Diablo 3, so am I. It's just, it's not really good for streaming because then I'm just sitting there with half audio for a long period of time. And also, those tend to result in YouTube flagging videos. And I'm not talking by Blizzard. Blizzard doesn't care. Blizzard, as long as you're not being a completely toxic piece of crap, they generally don't care if you use the videos. I mean, the audio and like the game and stuff like that, and you're not selling something competing. Which way am I supposed to go? Because this is back to the beginning. You don't think you've played every class yet, but you've done a lot, especially whenever you count the PlayStation 3 characters. Yeah. But yeah, this is back at the beginning. We literally, I mean, there's only one other direction in here that we could go, and I don't think this is the right way.
There's no reason to be afraid.
We are both blessed then. My faith armors me against fear.
Psst, over here. You want to get ripped off? Damn it, Wirt. You're not Wirt. You're Pax. I guess I'll check down this way. We just did like a whole lap for nothing, I think. But is this not a dead end down here? I was pretty sure it was a dead end. So now we're gonna have to go through the entire lap again to find out what path we missed. Because we just made that entire square. This is when I'd want teleport. Unfortunately, we do not have teleport. This is also when I wish I had a mouse wheel skill swap. Rather than the 1, 2, 3, 4 that they do kind of like the MOBA style. There we go. Start pressing buttons. Yeah, it's gonna be like right there or something. That's tab. Oh, and I can move while... Oh, I can't move while doing it. I'll keep moving after opening it, though. Literally the only area we haven't explored. But this doesn't look like it's going to be leading down. Yeah, that doesn't lead down. Where did we miss? That spot right there is the only other thing I see. I don't care about some bygone king that's been dead before I lived. You want anything to fight against... If you want anything to fight against this king of undead, then I can help. Okay. But that would be Griswold if memory serves. No, that would be Griswold. Because he was alive with Leoric. Because Leoric was basically... Wirt. Oh, there we go. I was always... I never really got amazing things from Wirt. So I didn't talk to him a whole. Sadly. It was Wirt. And I cannot imitate Wirt's words. It's too high-pitched. The original lead designer of D3 was WoW, Jay Wilson, so everything from UI to art style is gonna feel familiar if you've ever played that. Yep. That was one of the things that happened whenever they switched it over to Blizzard South. There was a Diablo 3 in development by Blizzard North. It's usually called 2.5 now. More like Diablo 2, but it still wasn't... Okay, let's go ahead and touch his sword.
Keep your distance from him. This burden is mine to bear. May death bring peace from your madness, Leoric.
Traitors! Even in death, the armies of Condorus will still obey their king, even if you will not.
Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun. But yeah. Oh. Hi.
You dare to bring the warmth of life into my tomb?
Yes, I do.
Put you down, Hellspawn.
Got him. Yeah, these guys, not really threatening. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun. I cannot impersonate a lot of characters from Diablo 1. When I am Flemmy, I can do fire bats from StarCraft. I used to have a video on my channel of doing that. I actually liked the sign quest in Diablo 1, by the way. There are a lot of people I know who didn't, but I found it kind of an interesting little bit. And a fellow drink in peace. Barnum, he is classic. I used to listen to a lot of his. Okay. Into the depths we go. Is that going to be a better dagger for... Keep pressing O, because that's what it is in Diablo 2. Is that going to be better than his... Yeah, it is.
Just the thing.
He's now got a knife. A Templar with a knife. But yeah, Farnham is classic, and I think if I remember correctly, he died whenever Tristram fell.
Some greater purpose lies behind these trials.
You like the Festered Worm quest and the Andariel quest from the cut content?
Let us keep moving.
You will
I
never
don't remember what
defeat
those are.
me.
I would need to look them up. Because a lot of supposed cut content is just...
surrendered to madness.
Yeah. Some of it's myth, some of it's... Yeah, if we got enemies, that's fine. I'm just breaking these for gold, even though I don't need it. I think I have, 17 million gold. It's another example of the ridiculous numbers of Diablo 3. Seven items. 30-second speed buff. There we go. Hi, Leorc. Kill the Skeleton King. He needs to wake up first. Wakey, wakey. Eggs and bakey. I like how we let him, like, completely stand up before we do anything to him. There you go. Oh, and he gave me bracers instead of... There's the helm. I was like, he gave me bracers instead of a helm. What? In D1 cut content, and Andariel makes her appearance. Gillian tells you... Oh, Jillian, sorry. Tells you about this because... Oh, I did not know about that one. Okay, so we got intelligence, life per hit, critical hit chance, some decent stuff. Is this going to be better than our version? I don't think so. No, it is. Because it's higher level. Let's see, boot-wise, vitality, I think we're better with the one that we have equipped. And we'll put some stuff on the follower.
A good choice. A fine choice.
And I think that is everything that will be useful on him.
Ah, good.
So he's tougher. And gets those at 20. We're almost there with him. Will I play the Diablo 1 HD mod? We've already... I mean, we beat Diablo 1. I might play the HD mod. We'll see. But yeah, Diablo 3 is not bad for a standalone game. It's kind of just a pick up and play kind of title that I think it gets bashed a lot because it's got the Diablo moniker, but beyond that, it's if this was released as, say, Torchlight 4, it wouldn't have been received as poorly. If it was released as just its own new franchise, it wouldn't have been reacted to as poorly.
The source of the evil in this place.
I am.
And Dario D1's content looks like any other succubus. That doesn't surprise me, especially if it's cut.
I remember falling.
Then who are you? Why are you here?
I am not your enemy. I think. Yes, I believe I have come with a warning.
I wonder who this stranger is.
Coming, I must. I don't remember.
I have no
Kane will know what to do.
idea.
I have traveled far, only to find that the fallen star, was a man. Who is he? Why has he come? He recalls nothing. But Cain may have the answers.
I'm actually, speaking of guns, I'm actually surprised that no Diablo game has like smoothbore rifles or cannons or anything like that.
No man could survive such a thing. Who are you? What are you?
A warrior, I think. I came bearing grave news, but I cannot remember.
Your message might be all that can save us from impending doom.
Tom Selleck, but he doesn't have the mustache. Okay, pants-wise, definitely better pants.
Need more time.
Let's see, 9 intelligence versus, what does that give him as far as buffs go? Okay, so that's better pants for him.
Ah, good.
So let's salvage everything. Okay, flintlock pistols. Why are you not here? Okay, how's it going? It's going pretty good, sus. How's it going for you? And yes, it is Diablo 3. The unloved Diablo. The bastard child Diablo. The Diablo that has more players than the other ones, but fairly decent. And why are you? Why do you exist?
It was part of me, but it shattered.
What is the meaning of this travesty?
It is vital that we find those pieces. I believe the sword made whole will restore your memory.
The goatmen are rampaging through the fields. Could the sword have anything to do with that?
Of course, of course. Just as the dead rose around the stranger, the sword pieces drove the goatmen to madness.
The goatmen won't stand in my way. I'll get the sword.
The goatmen are a weird thing in this. They've always been our enemies. Why are they all of a sudden surprised that goatmen are going on a rampage? Is this just randomness or what? Or are we actually, you know, surprised by obvious? We should be fine here. We have our nuclear option with the, like, overpowered orb. That just, like, one-shots all normal enemies. New lore!
I was able to trace some carrion bats back to one of their nests. What I found shocked me. The nest itself is a living organism, a mature bat that has been mutated by the darkest of magics. I no longer doubt that demonic forces have corrupted these creatures.
Goatmen have been enemies since Diablo 1. But because you had them in the cathedral. How they got down there, I don't know. That's a whole different discussion, but okay, so we need the Khazra Den, which I think can spawn in a few spots.
My knowledge increases.
And we got our first gem. I don't know what it does, though. Helmet reduces resource cost by 3.5%, which would be kind of nice. Hellfire reference? Garbage. I actually haven't played all the way through Hellfire, so... Explosive blast. Gather energy and release it in a devastating blast. They got invited to a rave and were given some bad mushrooms. That's why they're crazy. Okay. Well, that's a slow-ass skill. That's not staying on there. Let's see. Storm armor. Surround yourself with a magical... Only one armor may be active at a time. That electrocutes enemies with lightning. Sure. Why not? If we could have more than one armor on, I would totally be all for that. Becoming the storm that is approaching. Pretty much.
Our opponents may be strong, but I will not stand down.
And I actually used my skill. I don't know why I started running away. Oh, nightmare. Okay. Oh, lordy. Yeah, this is one thing that a lot of like newer action RPGs actually kind of do poorly. Find this location in the middle of nothing. That's a decaying crypt. This is not the Khazra Den, but this is a bonus dungeon. Changing armors like Sailor Moon. That would be kind of hilarious. This is basically kind of like Thunderstorm from D2. What is it telling? Rare wizard hat. I don't care. Although, that is slightly better. Because, actually, no, it's less intelligence. Never mind. Worse. But that might be better for our mercenary. Doesn't really need until... Oh, he can't wear that. Only we can, because we're a wizard. I'm a wizard, Larry. I'm a wizard. Red damage number is bad?
Didn't see that coming, did you?
I didn't even... Yeah, down there at the bottom. Gives us some more toughness, though. I generally don't look at that. Chain leggings of the hive. Oh, sorry, of the hawk. That'll help the mercenary.
Ah, good.
And hi, Obigosh. Ubigosh. Wow, I'm
I do
butchering
not
your name. I
understand how
apologize.
evil walks in the day. Should it not fear the
Why not use the gem?
Perhaps the sun is neutral.
I mean, I can.
Light is both a literal and figurative foe of evil.
It's just going to reduce the cost of spells a little bit. And everything else it gives us 10 intelligence. I'll put them in the pants. There's an extra 10 intelligence. Boost our damage a bit. Ubiogesh. The fact that we're one-shotting things still kind of means your damage is fine. Until you run out of arcane energy, in which case you have situations like this where you just wait till it builds up and nuke everything. God, that wand is broken here. And I will probably mispronounce it in the future because my memory is shit, but... And we have 17 life after each kill. Sweet. Oh yeah, we have 3 uniques, by the way. Hopefully, everything is going alright besides that. Boop. 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 I just boop him on the snoot and I win. It's perfectly fine. Just gotta aim for the big guy in the middle rather than everybody else. The mercenary is just kind of like, oh, he did. Holy cow, at your service? Moo. Moo, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way. Oh. Okay, Prodigy is... When you cast a signature shell, you gain 5 arcane power. Sure. That lets us build up our arcane stuff faster. Why would I actually even want that? Slow time we'll stick with, but let's see if we have any other things for these. Yeah, slow time we'll stick with. Frost Nova, we have Cold Snap. Now we want to stick with the freeze thing. Ray of Frost will stick with that. We have some changes for Arcane Orb as well, which we will see in just a moment. Orbits you exploding when enemies get close. No, we'll stick with Obliteration. Speed and damage. Magic Missile didn't get anything new. Shock Pulse and Sword did, though. Yes, he is a decent guy. Remember, you joined you when you streamed the... Oh, yeah, you streamed the old martial arts assassin playthrough. And it's... Oh, he's level 20. Yay, we can actually choose something. When you take fatal damage... Stop running, please. Take fatal damage, he'll come to your aid, knocking back enemies nearby and healing you. Use your resource regeneration. I'm going to go with Inspire. Because I want resource regen up. I want to be able to nuke the freaking map every time I see anything. Is there a reason for picking up gold? I don't think so. I don't think we need the frenzied thing, unfortunately. So many other RPGs don't make higher grade loot as appealing as the Diablo games. Like how a lot of its lore is lore related. Even in D3, new loot is exciting to find despite how absurdly high the numbers get. Yeah, to an extent. How much D3 experience do I have? Not a ton. I've beaten it a couple times, but it was like years ago. Okay, we'll end your torment.
Please, free my family from their cursed existence. I can hear them digging.
Be on your guard. Spirits lie.
Whelp, prepare to face my wrath.
Our meddling daughter would do well to leave us be. You will pay for her weakness.
Oh, I didn't equip the cold thing on it. Whenever it was like rotating through.
At last, they are free.
I need to go back to my skill thing. That should have Glacial Spike on it. Do I have ones on all of them? I don't have one on Slow Time. That's because we haven't gotten one for you.
Thanks to you, my family can now rest free.
Some spirits linger to right past wrongs. I was mistaken about her.
Yay! I don't think I've ever done that quest before. I mainly just didn't come down here because it wasn't the actual quest we were supposed to be doing. Put a ruby in the helm? I don't have a ruby. I can't put in the helm what I do not have. Your main issue with D3 is how everything's so easy. There's no Blood Rave and Rakanisha at the start of the game. Yeah, that's very true. I can understand that perspective. And also, the higher difficulties don't really make it harder. They just make stuff spongier. If that makes sense. That's the main thing I hold about that. It's like, if it was actually like, oh, they now have new attack patterns. Now they have new abilities that they didn't have on Lord. Yeah, then it would be more interesting. And maybe there's some extent to that, but not enough that I've noticed playing through. Called Not the Cow level in D3, there's also a cartoonist rainbow place called Whimsyshire. I've never been to Whimsyshire. It just didn't interest me at all. We got an emerald now. I wouldn't mind something to boost my arcane power. Yeah, extra gold from enemies, not worth it. Yeah, we're just looking for the stairs down. Played D3 on the highest difficulty available and felt your character was overpowered due to extra XP. I mean, I don't know what difficulty I can go up to. I can go up to some pretty high torments. I know that. But I don't know the exact limit that I have. You also play it on the Switch? Ah. Because we were on Master for a while. I bumped it down just because things were so spongy. Although we might bump it back up now. Okay, we're looking for the Khazra Den in the Fields of Misery, so we don't want to take that other path yet. We're just looking for where it's going to be. I kinda wish it would still have the ding-ding on the map for it. Ooh, Chilling Aura. We've got Holy Freeze, sort of, I think. That Khazra Den. That's Scavenger's Den. And we've got Disintegrate. You guys said that was a good skill. We're going to take it. Instead of the Ray of Frost, we now have Disintegrate. Little expensive, but it's fine. Lasers! Too bad, and there actually is, I can't remember the name of the game, but there is a game where you can actually have both lasers firing at the same time. It's Hellpoint. Hellpoint! You can dual laser with Hellpoint. Well, he floated. Firing my lasers, yep. But yeah, in Hellpoint, you can actually equip a laser on your left hand and a laser on your right hand and use them both. And I loved doing that. I had a friend I was playing it with. They tanked, and I would just shoot lasers. So I didn't need any defensive abilities at all. I was just like, phew. Yeah, there's a piercing laser and a non-piercing laser. We were using the Chilling Ray for a while. And it works good. This one's more expensive, so I might not stick with it long term, but we'll see. Hi, big boy. As it stands right now, we have Disintegrating Orb instead, which just makes everything just crumple in one hit. Is a bit broken. Is that? Yay, there's the Khazra Den.
That's a familiar glow. The piece of the sword I'm looking for must be in this cave.
No, there's two laser skills. Laser, no. Lazy, yes. Frankly, our ability is lazy. And I'm sorry, I'm stretching real quick and not cracking my back, but readjusting it. You never like speedrunning games with little to no challenge besides beating other people's times? It depends on the game. Like, I enjoyed speedrunning Alwa's Awakening. Of course, to speedrun that, you had to have movement tech knowledge and stuff like that, and how to block jump and get through certain walls and all that stuff. But a lot of games, it's literally just RNG is what you find as to how fast it goes. Diablo 2 is big on that, but Diablo 2 is kind of fun to speedrun because it can get challenging at higher difficulties. But I don't do it because, frankly, I try not to be into like too competitive things. My friend.
The sword piece glows with the stranger's magic.
Who are you to take what is mine?
Yours? I believe you're mistaken.
Regardless, I have claimed it. I am Magda, and I lead this coven. The shard is mine.
To hell with you, witch!
Very well. Let the games begin.
Let the games begin? You're not even, like, threatening me. They haven't touched me.
Well fought, but you will never possess the next piece. It has fallen where only the ancients may tread.
She is more devious than she appears.
There's a lot of boring enemies in like every action RPG, sadly. It's kind of one of those things like fodder design is part of like the handbook for action RPGs. Unfortunately. Even like one Grim Dawn and stuff like that, ones that I usually give fairly high credit to, have that issue. You'll never find it. How about I do anyway? There's not a chest up here. Nope, there's a body that looks like a Torchlight like NPC body. What's the most boring enemy in Diablo 2? There's a few of them. I would say probably the least interesting would be... Fallen have some fun things with their irritating. Will rats are pretty boring. They can kill you, but they're boring. Trying to think what else. Yeah, the Act 5, like, the just minions, the little ones that you fight around, like, Shank and stuff, are really boring. But yeah, those would probably be... Yeah, I have to agree, the Act 5 minions. I'm just running through the list of enemies in my head as to which ones are, like, really boring. Like, skeletons, they're going to be in everything, and they're just kind of like the undead cannon fodder, but...
They will not survive this disaster unless we aid them.
At least the tentacles have something interesting about them. Act 5, whenever you get poison stuff, yeah. They really are. Like, totally. Oh, we can't do anything there. Okay.
I am returning to town.
We'll be able to open that later, probably.
We are not the only ones seeking the sword. I had to take the first piece from a witch named Magda.
Yeah, I would say boring would be the Act 5 minions. Like, not minions of destruction, but the Bale's minions.
Good, Leah. You have
Literally, they're just like...
Stranger,
they could be any other skin and they'd be exactly the same thing.
I have no memory of this coven, but I sense a far darker shadow guiding its hand.
Eldritch, yeah. The little orc guys, not the... Oh, does that... Gold skills deal 5% more damage. I actually prefer what we have, though. This gives us more intelligence. But increases the potency of our... Oh, that's not a shield. Do I use this instead of the legendary? Because we actually do cold damage. No, we'll stick with the unique, because it's a unique. Smoke spheres of striking. A little bit more damage. How, I don't know. Because I'm looking at the stats on it. It doesn't look like it actually has... I mean, it has plus 4 to 5 damage, but it doesn't give us any intelligence. That is better chest armor. Okay, I think we'll use that. And we've got now 2 emeralds. Don't particularly like emeralds. Even the Act 5 minions, something going for them. They can be turned into explosive minions or frenzied. Yeah. To an extent. I thought I had gems muled up somewhere. There they are. I mean, I could put these rubies in there, but that I think that would be kind of bordering on cheating at this point. Would that be? Would that really be something I want to do right now? Metal grid? No. You can use that for Ubers on a few classes.
Me, claiming to know where the next piece is. She said it fell where only ancients may tread.
That makes me think of the drowned temple near the festering woods. I remember you telling me about it, Uncle.
Exactly, Leah. The temple was home to the Nephilim. Leah, your knowledge could be invaluable. You must go and help our friend retrieve the sword piece.
The Nephilim were ancient humans with fantastic powers. Legend holds that they waged a terrible battle near the temple, and that their ghosts still war with one another.
Sure, we're playing through just once. I might as well. I'll put that in my pants. I'll put that in my helmet. How do I remove... I think it's up here?
I have some new items that
Or is it over here? Are you the one that can actually remove it from there? No, you're the dye person. You're the gem person. Let's see. You don't like being potentially one-shot off-screen by enemies, so most of the infuriating ones in D2 for you are the Burning Souls in Act 5. Burning Souls in general, they're like gloams, are just a pain in the ass. But the fetishes are generally the one that will kill most people. Remove gem from pants. Oh, I forgot. You get to keep them all. For some reason, I was thinking that it was destructive in this one.
The attacks may be slowing down, but this town is done.
It's better to have them than not. It's not like they appear in their strongest form at once. They appear whenever you get into hell difficulty, they can get kind of irritating. Normal, and if you have resist and nightmare, they're not so bad, but Fields of Misery. Let's go take our portal then.
You there! Please help! They're going to kill my friend!
Yeah, you're not totally surprised by them. They don't just come out of nowhere, but they are still irritating as shit. I think they need to be toned down a little bit in hell difficulty. That's my stance on them.
My friend, if we don't do something, help me break these bonds and see for yourself.
What do they want with your friend?
She's just a farmer's daughter.
But they're not as bad as they used to be either.
The thieves are after.
They did tone them back a little bit, so they're not just immediately going to nuke you, but... Hey, Brigand.
Release the girl. The relic belongs to her.
You actually believe what this scoundrel tells you? Fine, you fools. We'll kill the both of you.
Oh, no, you don't.
You can outrange Doll's explosions. Yes, I know that the range of the explosion is pretty short, but you also have to have, like, really good reflexes to tell the difference between a range 1 attack and a range, like, 3 attack.
You won't get away from us this time!
He did.
This isn't over. The rest of the Thieves Guild will find you.
Yay! But yeah, there's a lot of things you can do to kind of get away from it. It's mostly things like frenzy barbarians, sorceresses that have to get in close and stuff like that that get eaten by them.
It won't be long, right?
Of course, my dear. Soon we will settle down to a quiet life of tilling the fields and raising children. But first, I have to sell this relic. Alas, I must travel away with my friend here to do so.
You're coming with me?
Yes, yes! You look like you know a lot about markets. Now, lead the way! Wait, the relic is a fake! Gods, I should have known! You seem like you could use a helping hand, and I sure as hell don't want to stay around here.
Please tell me that you're not considering this criminal's proposal.
Yep, new mercenary. I'm gonna probably stick with Templar, but yeah, there's Sorry. But yeah, the delay on them in PD2 was too long last time I tried it. I think what should happen is they should die, you should see like a circle on the ground, and then they should explode. It should give you maybe about half a second reaction time because of how short of range it is. But timing that down is a little bit more difficult than it may seem, especially whenever you're talking about online.
Betrothed.
Betrothed? Do I look like the marrying kind to you?
Because
By the way,
you can sometimes have a ping that's half a second long. Do I want to replace the Templar with the Scoundrel? No, we'll not replace him.
What the tomes say of Alaric and this temple is not encouraging.
Now we have to go both directions to actually do this
It
one.
must be Alaric the Guardian. Uncle Deckard told me of your eternal watch over this cursed place. I thought it was a myth.
Are you Nephilim?
No. There have been no Nephilim for a millennium.
I need to make a BRB screen so I can actually do longer streams where I can just like put the BRB screen up and say, I will be back in 15 minutes after I do my stretches. But keep forgetting to do that.
We will see who and what.
Mercenaries have their subquests.
Follow me.
I forget.
That you may pass. Seek
It has been a long time since I played this last. I can look real quick to see when it was. Oh, Alt Tab, he's going to be quiet for just a second. Last time I played this was 2017. I think I've played it once since then with somebody else. Let's go ahead and switch back so I can see what's going on in stream, and there we go. Yeah, last time I played all the way through was 2017. Played with a friend since then once, but I think it was still a couple years ago.
We all do what we must.
So, yeah. Reach the Beacon of Honor and reach the Beacon of Light. Okay. We can make it through. I suppose I could do Act 5 with each of the mercenaries.
No.
I keep forgetting that Leia is actually with us and will fight with us.
Repel them, my brothers!
If my old masters could see me now.
Damage taken, 0.
Uncle Deckard called these flying creatures death with wings.
Electrocute rune for chain lightning, cool. Active skill familiar. We're going to replace the slow time with that, I think. That or Frost Nova. Oh, and we have teleport as well. So let's see. We have storm armor on 4, which is fine. We'll keep that. Slow time will become familiar, I think. Oh, we have Hydra as well. I forgot about that. With bursts of fire. I don't know if Hydra's any good in this, but we'll take the familiar as well. We will swap out this for disintegrate. Because 2 is the easiest one for me to hit. So this one is going to be teleport if we can get over to it. Teleport instantly to another location. Take less damage after you teleport. Okay, there we go. How long is the cooldown on it? Not too bad. So we have friends now. They kind of patchworked other mercs to be a bit more useful in D2. It's hard to be outright beat by those Act 2 auras in terms of versatility, yeah. Oh, there is something over here that's draining from me. I think it said 11 second. Yeah. That's not too terrible. Rather it not be that long, but it's good enough for like what I'll be using it for. Yeah, Inner Sight has always been underestimated in general, just because it is essentially going to have the same effect on its defense as Conviction from Infinity. It's not as strong as like a self-cast Conviction by a Paladin, but it's still up there.
I've spent years exploring
I
places
still
like this with Uncle Deckard.
feel Act 3
It brings
mercenaries
back
are
memories.
underwhelming, mostly because they lack mastery, but if you gave them mastery, you'd have people running Dream mercenaries
I was talking
and
about
Dragon
happy memories.
mercenaries, and I think those would border on broken. Unless they kept the mastery really in check, which would reduce the ability for them to be useful in other things.
Alaric says that our people can survive.
Okay. Actually, should I try Hydra instead of teleport? You know what? I think I will. After we get done with this battle, I'll swap out Hydra for teleport. If this battle ever ends. There we go. Yeah, it's super expensive to get high damage on. You can. It's a ton of rainbow facets. But... Can you guys not harass me while I am trying to proceed with my skill change? Please. For the love of Gouda. Hydra, except I don't know how good or bad Hydra is in this. I prefer the Diablo 2 Resurrected Hydra. D2 Mercs could have been balanced by only allowing them to cast one aura, but I think that would ruin the build expandability. To an extent, but I mean, you can beat the game without a mercenary. It's not like it's like there are a lot of builds that can beat the game with it.
This is a curious monument.
We're cut off. They'll be upon us at any moment. Stand firm, brothers, and they will sing of our...
I can only have one Hydra up at a time. That sucks.
The enemy is here for glory. Skewer the net.
There we go. We got him.
With an odd feeling. We are not the first to have fought this.
Where the hell are all the Bale games online? You remember when it was when you were 10 years old and there were tons of them?
Much worse.
They've sadly moved on to other games, or they've just become disinterested. But yeah, Diablo 2 mercenaries are a bit of a odd point. I honestly think they should have spread the auras across all the acts and had some reason to choose the ones that didn't have auras, like make the ones that didn't have auras stronger. Let's see. This one is 70% area damage on hit. This one's just not that good. I'm not going to use that in general. I don't really rely on the globes whenever I'm fighting. Just not something that helps me. I don't know why I shot that instead of Hydra. Meant to put a Hydra to deal with the stuff around the corner. Morning, Mike. How's it going?
Always wanted to fight some of these.
You always wanted to fight some bandits? My dude. They've already been killed once. We're just... There it is. Here's what we're looking for. I will check this shrine, though. It's a fleeting shrine. Increase movement, speed, and pickup radius. Cool. Nothing around here. There's something. Going good? You just woke up? Well, good morning. Middle of the night here, but it's fine. Oh, magic chest armor. Even more intelligence. Sure.
Templar, I think I saw you at an inn several months ago.
That is likely. I have journeyed a long way.
You were extremely polite, but tipped poorly, I am told.
We should pick up the pace.
Just said he doesn't tip well. D2 mercs need better... Oh, yes, they absolutely need better AI. One-hand barbs should stun more often in different mobs. D2 two-handed should taunt archers and mages, not the ones in melee range. Yes, I am in Murica. It is 3 a.m. here. That's because my sleep schedule is more European than American. Unfortunately. But also, I've just been completely out of whack because I'll get concentrated on working on a script or something like that, and I'll be doing that for like 2 or 3 hours and be completely lost.
I am so good, I astound myself.
There's our target. That's the one summoning all the bullcrap. But yeah, if I were to reach, like, say, Llama's size, honestly, I probably would expatriate. Just in case anyone was, like, ever curious about that kind of stuff. I would go to a different country. Because I tend to get along with people in other countries better. If I stayed in the US, I'd probably move. You're on PST? Ah, cool. So it's just late for you. It's damn late for me. You're playing online because you may have, for like the runs and stuff like that at this time of hour, you may have to switch your server to something that's got more people. Ah, EST? Oh, this is like that weird hour. For those who haven't seen it, they announced another D4 livestream tomorrow at 11 a.m. Yeah, I saw that over on Boa's Discord. I ended up joining his after I dropped a developer Discord that was just, they haven't announced anything for like 5-6 years. And last I heard, they were still in early access stuff. Because I didn't have any more room in my Discord list. Because there is a limit to how many Discords you can join, surprisingly.
We were so sure we could beat whatever traps the ancients had laid for tomb robbers. But the dead bodies of my friends testify to the folly of our arrogance. I will be dead soon as well. Our greed was our downfall.
I just keep giving him daggers, don't I?
I need to go back.
Yeah, we'll use the town portal. You'll be up around 5 a.m. your time. Honestly surprised you don't have the grill going right now. It's going to be a few days before I do too much more cooking. Because I've been cooking bulgogi and all that other stuff the past few days, so now it's just kind of like rest time. How many resources do we have now? Hey! Veiled crystals, yeah. But yeah, Diablo 4, I am 100% in that tentatively hopeful, but likely to be disappointed mindset of it. If they positively surprise me, I will be happy. I'll probably be asleep when they're doing that stream, though. I also don't want to have too many spoilers on it because I'd rather go into D4 blind. That way I don't have to worry about kind of stuff.
I've got your back.
Because I know there's going to be a lot of people who have already min-maxed from the early betas and all that other stuff. I want to enjoy the game for what it is. I want to enjoy the game like somebody who's just like hasn't wickified everything. Spectral Blade, unlike Siphoning Blade. That's not really that great for me, but it's probably a life gain thing. I think the stream will mostly cover what's in the beta, but later one will cover seasonal and endgame content.
Your strength rivals that of our... You may enter our most sacred place.
I may enter their sacred place.
The truth. This
Giggity.
was a good place. I can feel it.
The noble hero fought her way here just to die. Magda. And who is this you bring with you? Adria's daughter? She has power within her. No matter. Your mother will soon share your fate, little one. The shard is mine. Fill this temple with their blood.
Oh no, you're summoning fodder.
Will share my fate. Could my mother be alive after all these years?
She wants to torment you. Don't listen to her.
And what is the power within you that she spoke of?
This fight was too easy. She's toying with us. We must get back to Uncle Deckard right away.
Get the glowing shard.
Has been changed. Our children are born weak and suffer short lives. The demon Nereza promised to restore their power, but instead turned them into misshapen creatures and sent them to war against us. We may die, but not before she is sent back to the burning hells.
Okay, time to go back to town. And we will drop off our unique in our chest. You go there. Those, I think, might be character bound. No, they're account bound. Level 41. Oh. Oh, it's class, maybe? That's Barbarian exclusive. I don't know why some have the lock and some have the X. I guess we just can't use pole arms or something. Sounds like Skullface from Metal Gear Solid 5. I haven't played the 5th one. I've played the first, 2, and I played part of 3. Never got around to playing the 5th one. And I have Revengeance as well. We could play that, too. How do Terror Zones work? Are they always active or no? How do you know when they'll be active? They're always active. You have to have beaten the difficulty to get access to them. And they'll always be a fixed location depending on the time. Played them in a weird order. I played them in the order they were released because, yeah, they were released in my normal lifetime. Okay, in we go. Oh no, we have to talk to here first.
We were only a step ahead of Magda, but now we have the second sword piece.
I remember a glow streaking towards a fishing village.
That must be Wortham.
Ah, brilliant, dear Leah. Have the ferryman take you there.
You have to click the little, whenever you're making a game, have you beaten the difficulty that you're in? If you have, whenever you're making the game, you have to click the little thing to enable terror zones in the game. It's kind of like enabling, it's just on the game creation thing if you're online. Single player, they should just always be active. Metal Gear Solid 5 was decent for Kojima's first open world, but too much story was told through audio logs. Sounds like a similar gripe I have for Breath's Dying. No, the one that he did with that actor and Guillermo del Toro. Dad introduced you during the PS3 age, causing you to play Metal Gear Solid 4 first to remember the story back then. My favorite was probably Metal Gear Solid, the original.
I have some news.
The first one.
I was thinking.
You're just pressing play from the main menu. Do you have to create a private game? Are you on console by any chance? Or I don't know if you're on single player, multiplayer, anything like that. But yeah, usually I would say go to lobby. Whenever you're online, go to lobby instead of onto... Oh, you're on ladder? Yeah. Whenever you go to make a game, go to lobby, and you'll have the create game thing over on the right. And you'll be able to select... Here, I can move the mouse around here. On the main screen, you'll have play and lobby. Click lobby, and then you'll have a big screen over here on this side of the lobby. And you'll click new game. It'll be the left option, I believe. And then you'll have a checkbox that you can enable them on. But it's only available to be clicked if you've beaten the difficulty you're in. Oh, geez. Can't even play the game while the audio logs play. Gotta sit in the menus. Ugh.
I need to take the ferry to work.
Yeah, I haven't played the fourth one.
Thank you, but beware. Smoke rises from the village.
Oh, we're in Wortham.
They're destroying the town. Get out while you can.
By all that is holy, the town is...
Death to those who defy them.
Yeah, I'm used to not ever touching the play button whenever I'm online. Because one big drawback of that is the passwords are really easy to guess on those. So people will just join in on them. I wish they'd randomize the password on it.
Magda is near.
But that's because usually when I'm playing, I'm either streaming or recording unless I'm testing something. And if I'm testing something, it's usually single player. Offline. It creates sort of...
One of the men
it creates a private game. It doesn't create a private game. It creates a passworded game with a random string of numbers as the game name, and then it creates the password as the same random string of numbers. If last time I checked, they might have changed it since the last time I did it, but it was the same random string of numbers the second time.
Please, my family's hiding in the chapel with the rest of the townsfolk. We must get to them.
Don't run off! You'll get yourself killed!
Well, he's getting himself killed. And he died.
Fools! You cannot keep the sword from me.
This is bad.
My servants will.
What's my
burn
worst
this
fear about
town to
Diablo 4?
ashes.
That it will have monetization like Diablo Immortal. That is my worst fear. I'm hoping I'm proven wrong on it, but I will not know that until we get to the actual final game.
There's something coming.
I am stronger still.
Yay, level 25.
You saved us. We owe you our lives.
Oh no, anyway. For PlayStation 3 game, Metal Gear Solid 4 was such a massive install that there was an option to just do it as you got to each new chapter. Oh, that's definitely in the realm of, well, we're going to have to switch to this. Just way more damage. Critical hits grant 1 arcane power, and we get 3 from that one. I'm going to miss the fear effect. I'm sad that we lose damage, but extra XP is nice.
He can't help himself. Don't worry about it.
I'll be watching him.
It's not a free-to-play, pay-to-win model, but they are doing microtransactions. There are games that you buy that have pay-to-win aspects. And even then, there's a bunch of things that they can do that aren't pay-to-win, but they'll exploit FOMO and gambling addictions, which are just as bad. It's not like pay-to-win is the only way to have crappy monetization. Let's see. Let's go ahead and restore those. Don't have anything really new that we need to get in there. Have Meteor, not really interested in that. Familiar doesn't get one until a while. We have Reactive Armor. Ranged and melee attackers are shocked with lightning damage. Sure. We have a lot of things that don't have runes on them, unfortunately. If they remain true to their word, yep. And I would not be surprised to see games that are full price with predatory monetization. We've already seen it from EA. Activision is not much better. And I'm not going to delude myself into thinking they
From
are.
the sky. It glows with a powerful magic. Do you know of it?
We found it days ago. I wish we'd never brought it here. Come, I left Virgil to guard it. We will be glad to be rid of it.
Okay, so he's leading us down into the nonsense. Would that be good for the mercenary? Yeah, it's more damage. So now he actually gets to use a real weapon instead of pokey stick. Is fine by me. Yeah. If they remain true to their word. They said you can't buy equipment in Immortal. They found a very wiggly way to get around that. Would you win by cosmetics? See it as additional content that's like patronage for streamers and content creators. They actually get something nice in exchange. It's pay to win isn't the only exploitative monetization. Cosmetic stuff exploiting FOMO and gambling aspects are a big thing that a lot of countries are actually regulating now. Diablo could still use those. It's not just self-control is the excuse. No, people are easy to manipulate. Basic psychology tells us this. Anyway, you just hope the battle passes aren't too grindy, otherwise you'll be fine with people buying cool cosmetics outright and everything gameplay affecting is earned. That would be nice. They're also talking about paid expansions. Those are fine as well too. I don't mind paid expansions. Diablo games usually do expansion packs well. They have in the past, yes. Even Diablo 3 did.
Damn, it's not here.
While you were on your hero's errand here, I captured all 3 sword pieces and your friends.
Yeah, I generally am not a huge multiplayer thing.
Back to Kane's house.
You think monetization? You think Diablo Immortal monetization thing was overblown? Looking at all their announcements, it was clear you cannot buy gear, but you can buy gems and power. They said you couldn't buy power. Well, I don't think they said power, but they said you can't. They were trying to pass it off as if you would not be made stronger by spending money. They literally have the gems in Diablo Immortal are named the same as premium gems, but do different things. There's a lot of exploitative bullshit in it. And I'm not going to pretend there's not. Do you need it to beat the story? No. You need it for post-game, yes.
It's your choice, Kane. Either use your Herodric arts to repair the sword, or your dear Leah dies a horrible death.
All this pain, this destruction. What is the sword to you?
To me, nothing. To my master, Belial, everything. Your rage is overwhelming, girl. You win this round, but if the sword cannot be mine, I'll claim the one it's bound to. In the end, the blade shall be mine.
Uncle, you can't die.
Nothing can stop that now. But there is one last thing I must do. The sword must be made whole. Just as I suspected, the sword is of the high heavens. The stranger is an angel. Heed the journal. The truth lies within.
Uncle Deckard!
Death by butterfly achieved. But yeah, PC players begged for it anyway. They got what they wanted to an extent.
If only I could control.
And
this
most people
power.
think Blizzard wasted a bunch of time and resources on making it more. No, it was
Do not
NetEase.
blame yourself. Magda is the one who must pay for Kane's death.
Magda and her master Belial. journal speaks of an angel falling from the heavens as the shadow rises from the abyss. The stranger is the key to all of this.
I don't know if he's an angel or a man, but the sword will restore his memory.
When my power erupted, I saw into Magda's mind for an instant. She's fled to the highlands. You can reach them through the caves above Wortham. You have to know, she'll be waiting for you.
She can set all of the traps she wants. It won't save her from me.
But yeah, there's still a lot of wiggle room in Diablo 4's phrasing of how they've done stuff as well. At least on the things I've watched. There's been a decent amount of wiggle room left in that makes me mildly suspicious. Because they're not going to give you the final information about the monetization no matter how much you ask. It's just going to be like, we're looking at it kind of responses. Or this is a vague explanation. That's just the nature of having a PR department. The less they tell you, the better job they're doing. Well, that's not a good amulet, but it's better than no amulet. But yeah, I really do wish companies were a little bit more straightforward about stuff. I think it'll be a fine, like, as far as, like, just the raw gameplay, I think it will be fine. As far as the monetization aspects of it, that's where most of my concerns are.
I expected more.
No power or advantage doesn't mean lack of access to the power and advantage that everybody has.
My queen sings to me. Her music echoes.
Unfortunately, when you reach Activision Blizzard size, even Microsoft size, I do think things will be better if the Microsoft acquisition actually goes through. It's still not finalized for those of you that are curious. Has to be approved by regulators. But if it goes through, I think it will be better overall for all the franchises under Activision Blizzard. But at the same time, it's still a big company. They're still going to do stuff like this. It's not going to be a free pass. Companies are not your friends. Companies are not having your best interests at heart, even if you are using their product. Companies are there for money first, which any smart business will be, and they're there for stockholders second, if they have stockholders. That's one reason why I generally am a little bit less harsh whenever it comes to like indie games, because generally speaking, they're going to be more interested in their creative endeavor, whereas big company games are going to be way more focused on maximizing profit. Look at all the announcements. You can confidently guess what they're planning. This is D4. There won't be any pay to win at the start. That is for sure. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Of course, they want to remain flexible for the mid-long term and don't want to commit 100%. I can understand that. Microsoft bugs you so much in promising 10-year deals when they don't yet own COD, for instance. Well, that's part of the contract. If it is approved by regulators, then they can have those contracts. That gives Nintendo a reason to actually support that and come to bat for them whenever it comes to the interaction with, well, regulators. I'm really still surprised that Sony didn't take a deal. Yeah, Microsoft does have their own mismanagement issues. Every big company does. It's not something that I will ignore whenever it happens, if it happens. Big companies, you gotta be vigilant with them. They will always find ways to screw you over for an extra buck. One reason why I really, really hate the movement towards like physical
until her voice
Goods
came to me.
being
Then I knew
basically
how I must
subscription
serve.
model.
I must kill the one who threatens my mistress and the dark power that created
Word
her.
has it if this acquisition fails, they'll leave the console space. I haven't heard verifiable rumors about that. But honestly, as far as subscription services go, theirs is not bad. It's actually a good deal. You just have to be on top of actually trying the games that you get from it to get your value out of it. Oh, there's more spiders. They're coming down behind me. There was another one I thought dropped further back, but I was wrong. But Xbox, the subscription model for PC is actually a really good deal. I know a lot of people think like, oh, it's not the brand new games. It's not, but if you were going to start like a YouTube channel right now, that would be a great way to get like a huge library of games for cheap that you could do coverage on. And that is one thing I recommend to like new YouTubers is literally go for that. The more they'll eventually charge. It depends. I see it going more a Netflix route, oddly enough. Because they still do actually have like indie games on there and stuff too. That's probably the first thing we'd see go.
Evil lurks in many places.
I appreciate the
Demons,
compliment.
beasts,
And I'm
even
glad the
hearts
content
of
helps you
men.
out. But for the most part, I don't mind. I think it would end up going like a Netflix route. Where if they start charging too much, other studios would start making their own sub-services. Kind of like we've seen with the fracturing from Steam, where we have Origin and all these other things that are just god-awful, but have their own games on them. It's actually cool because what you lack in modern premium games are demo versions. Oh yes, demos I miss, but we're seeing them come back, oddly enough, thanks to Steam. And their Next Fests, they've been really pushing those, and they're actually really good for sales of games. Because Next Fest games generally get a whole lot of wish lists, which increases their day one sales. And their prominence on the platform. So they really push it, and a lot of people do make demos specifically for it. Netflix is constantly raising prices, especially for 4K and multiple users. Yep. There's a whole can of worms to unpack with that. Sorry, I'm concentrating on this for just a moment.
I'm just warming up.
I don't think we're going to get it. Because I misoptimized my... Oh, we got it. We just barely got that.
I am unstoppable.
There we go.
This can't.
Oh, we have remaining enemies. Where's the remaining enemy? There you go. Demos are a great way to get hands-on before buying, but if done poorly can turn off players. Yes, it's very true. There's a few games with demos where they included too much in the demo as well, which people got basically their fill and just didn't buy it. There was that one where you have the character that's trying to pack things into a satchel. I forget what it's called. It was a pretty popular thing on itch.io, and the free version for the demo was it basically cannibalized the full game. Been looking forward to the RE4 remake demo. Capcom usually does a great job with them. I haven't been keeping track of Resident Evil remakes. Probably should. A pretty popular franchise.
My mistress has accepted me. Come close and feel her loving embrace.
I don't think I want to meet your mistress.
Okay, let's see if Mercenary wants any of this gear we've been picking up. I don't think we do. Racing games are a prime example of something you can get your fill of just from the demo or trial. Yes, absolutely. That is a fairly major thing. Let's see. This is one situation where I don't think we want to be sacrificing our weapon for that. Open you. Is that better? No, no. That is.
Ah, good.
I should probably double check that that's not better for us. No, it's lower damage.
Ah, good.
Say, "Ah, good." One more time. We'll be fine, because I won't care. Okay, what do we get in shields with you? Strength? Dexterity? No. Movie trailers, especially that spoil too much a lot of time. That's kind of like a bad demo, yeah. But it's one of those things where that's why you get a PR company involved, sort of. But not, we're not talking just generic PR company. You specifically want somebody with experience in games. Ah, good. Ah, good. Ah, grr. Wait, that's something else entirely.
Please help me. It's horrible. She sucks the innards from her victims. Oh, no. No. It's too late. I hear her. The Spider Queen is coming.
Spider Queen?
Hi, Spider Queen. There's like a third of your life gone. She basically just runs off after a certain amount of pain. Where are you at? There you are. Da 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 da. Let's see. Diablo 3 actually has good free version. Does it? I haven't tried the Diablo 3 demo. What's annoying is sometimes those trailers are forced on you whenever you're watching streamers or videos on here on YouTube. Yeah, I'm sorry, but ads are somewhat necessary. And she's the enchantress, I believe.
Can we please leave this horrible place?
Let me leave. But yeah, I don't really have that kind of granular control over ads. Otherwise, I could actually disable movies. I can make it so there's like not alcohol ads. That's about like the kind of granularity they give you. And even that, most people don't know how to do it because they don't know how to get into their AdSense. Okay, so now we need to find the Khazra staff. Oop. We don't die by moths. Let's see. We still have... There's the Butcher. I think we still have several quests until this act is done. I'm going to flash the recording real quick. I really should be stretching right now. But anyhoozle, let's continue on.
The wither moth is a curious phenomenon. It is tremendously large for an insect, and somehow its size allows it to expel a charging force when attacked. For this reason, few have survived to study it in great detail, including many notable academics. In fact, please do not inquire further upon this subject.
Okay, don't inquire about the thing you just killed.
Long ago.
Yeah, he tells us about all the monsters we fight. That's why you keep seeing new lore whenever we do the killing the monster thing. It would be a bit much to listen to them all while playing. Oh, goodness gracious. That is Cave of the Moon Clan. Oh, we got Blizzard. Yay. Do we bother with that instead of another spell? I don't think so. We could put it in place of Disintegrate because we're just not using it very often. See, increase your maximum arcane power by 20 and arcane regeneration by 2.5 per second versus Prodigy. I think we'll go Astral Presence. Just to improve our arcane power so we can actually... Did it not stick? Did not stick. There we go. Don't need that. Disintegrate did get one. Convergence, increase the width of the beam. Actually, sure. Hydra has Arcane Hydra. Well, that's just better. And Familiar doesn't have anything quite yet. You get why streamers put ads, but the companies supplying them could be more careful not to spoil things. Yes, exactly. Oh, God. Don't get me started on movie YouTubers. There's great ones out there, but holy hell have they gotten actually kind of bad lately. There's a lot of people who do reaction channels to movies and trailers, and it's literally the most asinine thing. And it doesn't hurt me any. It's just I hate having to sift through them to find... Shut up. It's just that I hate having to find the actual thing while digging through all the people making fake shock emoji faces at the screen for their thumbnail while I'm trying to find the actual trailer. It's like, God damn it, people. You went for lunch. What did you miss? Well, we just beat the game. I'm kidding. No, we have basically gotten to the point where we're gathering the staff. We're on kind of the path to the butcher.
A well-deserved death.
But you also missed the rant about Diablo Immortal. Probably for the best. And it wasn't even like a full-on rant. It was just a mini kind of like interjected rant. I already did my full-on rant about it. Except I didn't go fully into the psychology stuff behind it. Maybe I should one of these days. If Diablo 4 turns out to be predatory, I'll do it then. Otherwise, I'll just continue my policy of mostly ignoring games that have predatory monetization. Which is one reason I'm glad I didn't cover frickin' Torchlight Infinite. It's just as bad as Diablo Immortal. I don't know why it has such good press coverage. Besides the fact that they're paying people to cover it. Yes, they are literally paying people to cover it and have pre-approval on it. Sometimes they make it obvious that their fan-made trailer isn't official. Those fan-made trailers don't bother me as much. I'm talking about the reaction channels where it's like shocked dude staring at the title of the movie and then it's just someone sitting in their chair for the like 10-minute trailer not really contributing anything. They'll pop in with like a shocked face or a random like, oh, and this is blah 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 for like 2 seconds and then they'll go back to just dead face staring at it. As someone who does like YouTube advice kind of like as a hobby on the side, the amount of gaming channels are like gold compared to the trend of reaction channels.
Thank you for helping me fight the darkness. To contend with evil.
Not sure why anyone would want to watch a trailer. Well, if you're a follower of their personality, you can get away with actually having that kind of stuff, and people are interested in your opinions. Usually they're fairly heavy edited, though, and usually they actually give constructive thoughts on the trailer. But, oh... Did you see the new trailer on D4 Sanctuary? Not yet. I've been mostly avoiding D4 spoilery and trailery stuff because I know that they can be give away more than they anticipate. Unfortunately, our Hydra does not get the does not get the benefit of our improved arcane. If they give opinions, sure. Or if they give analysis even, it's fine. Or context. Most of them don't. But they have become a bane on any kind of like small YouTuber advice section. And frankly, most of them are complete dicks. They're like, why am I not getting any views? Because you're making garbage. YouTube has determined you're making garbage. And we got a scholarly fez. We have to keep the fez for a second. Oh no, it's not an actual fez cap.
Goatman, all of my...
Kick justice. I mean, sure. Belt-wise, this is just better. Just double-checking our stuff. That's another one that gives more damage. I think we'll go for it. Because that's a bit more intelligence and a lot more regeneration, but it doesn't boost our arcane damage. Sorry for ranting about it and stuff, but it's just one of those things. Let's go ahead and grab those. I think it's going to be just better to have the more damage. I think that's good. We'll worry about mercenary gear later. Oh, they have the wall thing. Can I get by it, please? Thank you. That's back to the Highlands. Yes, I am aware I have limited space. I don't know why it just told me then, but... Because I picked up the belt, maybe? Dark Clan Impala. But yeah, this is pretty safe run so far. And I might be playing Diablo 4 with some other streamers from like other genres. We'll see. Whenever it's an open beta, that is. A lot of them haven't pre-ordered. You got you excited about the way the different zones realistically impacted each other as you transition between them. Oh, it's a gameplay trailer. Okay. Like Snowmelt actually traveling down. Oh, I didn't really count that as a trailer. Let's go ahead and double check the gear doesn't work better on Mr. Happy here. Toughness boost. That's actually extra damage, so that'll be fine. We'll throw that on him as well, because it's just better for him than us. Double check the weapons. You can't use two-handed weapons, so that's kind of a dead end.
Good.
Let's see, what else do you need? You could use a better weapon, could use better pauldrons. We don't have any of those. Yeah, that's... I hope they incorporate that into the questing system. That would be nice. So it's correct to say that being a YouTuber is like any other office job when it comes to checking performance results. Pretty much. Sometimes I'll talk shop on here for YouTube. Just the fact that I am pretty much drowned in it for more than one reason. But yeah. I don't try to overwhelm people with it. If you want to know more about it, I mostly spend time whenever I'm doing like YouTube-y advice stuff over on like NewTubers and small YouTube channel stuff like that. But yeah, YouTube is in and of itself, it suffers the same thing that gaming does. It's been wickified to hell too. Man, the damage difference between our normal skills and that is ridiculous. This wand has completely, like, decided my entire build. What's down here?
Summoning the spirits of the dead? I need to stop this. Well, they're all ghosts now.
Oh, did he just teleport me? Cool. The other thing is they're spacing this beta out from launch for a reason. Yes, oftentimes modern games will use betas to sell the game. With D4's beta, this is to sell the game. There's a few reasons for this beta. One is advertisement. There will probably be another beta if I had to guess. That, or they're going to have little, like, sprinkling ins of letting certain streamers cover it before release. But betas these days are more marketing tools. Before they used to be more for, like, development. But this one is probably more for stressing the servers, judging by the timing of it. Because right now, they probably have the core game kind of, like, set, not necessarily in stone, but they obviously have all the mechanics and most of the, like, planning done for it. They may be polishing up the end game, or some of the early releases that they plan for it on, like, the Battle Pass and stuff like that. But there's very... I haven't played this since it first came out. It's better than when it first released. I mean, way better. I think I did enjoy it whenever the Necromancer expansion released. The original release had a ton of problems. We're looking for the Khazra staff. I need to stop looking over at stats because YouTube is having issues. It's jumping, like, the actual, like... What are you doing?
What kind of dark summoning is this?
Too late, fool. I control these spirits now. Magda is a fool.
Magda is a fool. Good for you. Yeah, I like the Necromancer and his playstyle in this. It's still very arcadey, but I'm hoping that Diablo 4's combat is slowed down a little bit and is more methodical. I already know that I'm going to feel a little bit better about the character's skills, because there's actually, like, a whole grid for, like, skill trees and stuff like that. Past alpha stage, so I'm pretty sure the core systems and content are in place. Beta's usually core content... core features and mechanics in place, but polishing of the final content and the graphics. If you're going by, like, internal terms. But external terms, this is probably press, what would have been press samples before.
By the laws of heaven.
They're going to rely on players for things like balance changes? Possibly. There are definitely times when balance changes come in during betas. Trust me, you don't want to be in alpha tests. Like, actual internal alpha tests are awful. They're not fun. You wonder if they'll keep the Runeward builds equally powerful in D4 just like in D2. I don't know. The new Runeward system, I'm kind of hit or miss on. Of course, I haven't seen, like, the most up-to-date stuff on... Hey, there's our quest. Boop.
A glorious development.
So level 29 is fine. There's the staff. Slow time rune is exhaustion. Oh, we got friend. Not too bad of an encounter. Yeah, internal testing is grueling work. Yeah. I've been in 2 alphas. And I've done several betas over the years. But if I were to choose one that was actually, you know, more enjoyable from like just a player standpoint, it would definitely be beta or late beta. It's pre-gold.
These enemies defy all reason.
And there's also bad companies to test for and good companies to test for. Hey, Orbiter Waller. Nice. He's dead. It's sad experience. QA testers are thought of as expendable. They play such a crucial role in development. Yes. Sadly, there's other things that are impacting that as well. There's an increased reliance on AI testing, which is one reason why a lot of things kind of get past the testing.
Is ours on the side.
But yeah, it's one of the reasons why there's such a low quality in some instances, and they're underpaid like hell too. It is extremely... Oh wow, we are getting a lot of levels. I just noticed that we've gained like 2-3 levels in just this area. And we've got a rune for the lovely little friend. Ow. Okay, let's get back here. Let's check our skills. We've got new skill slots. We got a new passive slot. Cold-blooded. I wasn't even sure I was going to hit him, but I decided to aim while I'm reading this. Enemies chilled or frozen body take 10% more damage from all sources during the duration of it, which would be slightly handy. Use all cooldowns by 20%. We already have that. Let's go ahead and get Prodigy back on there. Mana recovery so we can use our orb is pretty much the main go-to. But a lot of people think QA testing is just playing video games. It's not. Okay, increase damage, yes. Does Wave of Force have any good charms? I think we'll go Slow Time instead of Hydra, and we'll go with either Exhaustion or increases the potency of the movement speed reduction and reduces the cooldown. Yeah, we'll go with Time Shell. Disintegrate, we just haven't been using, sadly. Although, that would be handy. That's more AoE stuff. We're going to start having issues with single targets as well. Increase your armor at the rate of decreasing your maximum... No. Magic weapon? No. Familiar? Yes. Storm armor? Yes. Spells cast by your mirror images. Okay, become a being of pure energy and gain potent new abilities for 20 seconds. Summon illusions of yourself that taunt nearby enemies. Spells cast by them deal limited damage. That's a summon. We'll try it. Why not? Have a good nap, Eternal. Hopefully the rest of your day when you wake up goes well, too. Yep, Archon. I might try that out later, like whenever we get into Act 2. But we're actually, I think we're making okay progress. Because we haven't really ran into, like, a brick wall or anything yet. Even though we are technically, I think, on hard, or... No, we're on expert. Probably a waste of a spawn there, but I am liking these little mirror images. Friends are always welcome. Get back here, treasure goblin. Yeah, you did. You heard a treasure goblin. I didn't see him at first. We had already, like, half killed him before we spotted him. Yeah, I actually do like the addition of treasure goblins as well. And is it this game, or am I thinking of another one that has a portal to, like, a treasure goblin lair at some point? If memory serves. There's the addition of just a zone where you go and there's like a bunch of treasure in there. E3 has it? Yeah. You have to remember, it has been years since I played this, so my memory is overlapping with pretty much all of the other action RPGs I played. Agreed. There is a weird rainbow level as well. That one is Diablo 3. I thought there was one where you actually, like, you kill a treasure goblin and then a portal opens up and you actually go into the portal. But I can't remember whether it's this game. Could be Last Epoch. Could be another one. Whimsyshire is the Rainbow Place, is in vanilla as well. Yeah. I'm not thinking of Whimsyshire. I'm thinking of one specifically tied to the treasure goblin or the equivalent. To me, you beast, and he didn't even finish his dialogue. Okay, there's Leark's hunting grounds. Where are some enemies? Oh, we're gonna run out of our thing. It's the vault, where you kill Greed at the end and... Okay. It's called the vault. Okay.
A mighty adversary is before us.
My studies indicate that a high-level
You get a portal to Whimsyshire from the goblin as well. Okay.
Began to sense the corruption that was eating away at the heart of his faith. He knew this corruption would eventually destroy his beloved church, and that...
Oh. I'm kind of glad we're in an area where things are just not dangerous at all. Go ahead and restore that. Okay, so it's over here somewhere. There we are.
The haunted manor. Of course they'd be drawn here.
If only they could see me now.
Poor cultists. Feel the same way about GRs and endgame content as you do, but with this game, you'd suggest do some endgame content. It just doesn't really appeal to me is the problem. It's like, I feel like I'm just like spinning wheels whenever I'm doing that. Like, I could be experiencing a whole other game during that. Yeah, actual build-defining stuff doesn't drop during the campaign. That's generally a problem in my eyes. Go into Leoric's Manor. Wow, there's something we didn't one-shot. Yeah, we can up the difficulty and go through the campaign. I mean, I have a level 70 character. Wow, Jibs. Oh, hey, stop pulling me towards you, my dude.
Need more time.
Shielding in Vortex, so he's going to be able to survive some nonsense. There he goes. How are we looking on inventory? Oh, God. We're relatively full on inventory space. Let's see. Anything good in here is the question. That is wizard only. That would give us a lot more, like, raw damage, but I think our arcane orb setup is still going to be the superior one for us. I could be wrong. Someone can correct me if they want.
She's unstoppable. No mortal could slaughter our brethren. She is here.
I believe it is time to kill more cultists.
Delay her while I prepare her demise in the depths below.
We'll look at the gear in a bit. One trend you're liking in the 80s is the 80s dark fantasy videos.
You can't hide from me, Magda.
They did horrible things to us.
They have paid for what they did to you. But there was another prisoner, a man in rags.
Yes, the man with the golden eyes. I saw Magda take him into Leoric's old torture chambers below us.
I will kill Magda for what she's done.
He conveniently only survives long enough to show us that. GR is spinning wheels if you do them for long, but they are okay for a while. Unfortunately, you don't get to experience D3 just by playing the campaign since builds are gated behind sets. Yep. Well, see, that's actually an issue I have with Path of Exile, too. It's like, oh, you have to go do maps to actually do the game. The story doesn't mean jack shit. It's just 10 acts of nonsense. It's like, no, I would rather play through 10 acts that are, you know, good and give me a good feel for the game rather than having to grind for 3 years and build up thousands of hours of gameplay just to get the game by some people's standards. It's like, Jesus Christ, no. I'd rather, if I experience the story and that's enough for me, that's where I'm gonna cut it off. Okay. Ally, do you need any more stuff? Sure.
Good. Good.
I can use that one. But if you enjoy the postgame is just fine. I'm not saying that that's not a valid way to play. It is a perfectly valid way to play. It's just not my way to play. It is not my personal taste. I think a lot of people think opinion means that I think everybody should follow that specifically, but no. Because I've ran into that with comments on some videos before, and it's like, seriously? Are there literally people out there that cannot recognize that other people enjoy different things?
We have just arrived in Tristram, and I must say, I'm a bit dismayed. This place is a backwater filled with serfs and an ancient broken-down monastery, hardly fit for the king of Condorus. I cannot fathom why Lazarus was so intent on this becoming our new seat of power.
But yeah, it's just what it is. Okay, so we can get 10 intelligence from this. And take it out whenever we get to town. Do we have sockets in anything else? No, I don't think so. Oh, we have sockets in this. Sure, why not? Sockets in anything else whatsoever. Nope. You're playing D2R Classic this ladder. Found it quite refreshing. It is. Also, why should you care about builds and GRs if you don't see a specific challenge for them? mean, that's kind of a similar perspective for me. It's like, why am I going for this next build if there isn't more content for me to play with that build? Seems more like a balance issue for my personal playstyle. But whenever they want people to keep playing for long periods of time so they can keep that interest up, or they can keep a player base around for future monetization, then I can see why they have that. D1 heroes would have died with this for this type of inventory. Yes, exactly. I mean, compare Arcane's Valor in each of the games to Arcane's Valor in next game. Diablo 1 to Diablo 2. It's like way drastically different. I think in the original game it was -3 damage. There is a similar thing in Diablo 2, by the way. I mean, like, say the Dragon Den. That's not a game that's not a character you're gonna play whenever you're going through. There he is. And that's not a build you're going to beat the game with unless you have gear from some other character. And even then, the level requirements on it are fairly high. It's a farming character for you enjoy the gameplay and want to play more. That's it. You can have challenge by increasing GR level. You're not advocating for this game, just to be clear. The problem is that D3 doesn't force the difficulty. You have to force it on yourself. Yeah.
My bags are full.
And I don't have a problem with easy games. I do have a problem with some... I don't even have a problem with hard games. My problem is with unfair games, but that's a whole different...
I can't pick up anything else.
Now, let's go to town and scrap Yard Wars this stuff. Can you please stop?
I heard tales about the fall of King Leoric when I was young, but seeing it with my own eyes, it is another thing entirely.
How come Diablo never had dragons to fight against? Because they're too high level requirement. I can carry no more items. Are any of these items worth using? Let's go ahead. This is actually better armor for us, I think. Yeah, it's got more intelligence. The boots are better too. Let's see, is that intelligence and vitality not really worthwhile? That's a two-handed sword, doesn't work on him. That might actually be worth using. I need to take the gem out of that. Yeah, Dragon Den is just an extension of the Holy Fire Den. It's the end game version of it. You can still play the Holy Fire in normal and Nightmare. I'm not a big fan of it in Hell. It's doable, but technically any build is doable. Okay, we will remove gem from you. Where did the... Oh, it went in there. There we go. With the help of conversion and sanctuary. Ah. Yeah, I can see that.
Poor Leah. She's done so much for us. And she's lost...
But that is one thing about it being a gear-tied build rather than a... Toss these in here. Yeah, that is one thing about it being a gear-tied build rather than a... pain in the butt build, sorry. And we need stacked gems in D2. Holy crap, do we need stacked gems. Let's see, that helmet might be good on Mercenary. No, it's just his recovery. Those aren't better pants for either of us. Can't use that. Yeah, I'm just skimming through to see if any of these are better on him. I don't think they're going to really be better on us, because we've got our better weapon on there.
Ah, good.
That's Demon Hunter. That's not for us. The most hardcore build is just the Melee Assassin. I actually liked Melee Assassin before the whole nonsense with Mosaic. Yeah, Mosaic is fine, but it's not going to really be it there. Okay, back to where we were. Yeah, you can do hell with melee without elemental skills. Ow. Did that even do any damage? Or does it just stun me? You were just hoping for a more gothic horror game. D3 has it on its own, looks great. You just want the atmosphere. Yeah. That's kind of, as far as modern Diablo 3, besides the post-game stuff, which I find the lean into it to be a little bit frustrating for my playstyle. Beyond that, it's a fine game, especially with, like, the updates. It's just... it's not like the rest of the Diablo franchise. Of course, now we have Diablo Immortal, so it's basically, this style is half the franchise. So we'll see where D4 falls on the spectrum. Hopefully in between. Because I understand the need for ease of access and an appealing kind of go-to game for that kind of stuff. I really am liking this mirror image. That is actually making me really happy with this character. Yeah, Diablo 4 I won't be able to refund because it is pre-ordered. I am not considered friends and family, so I don't get free access or any of that stuff. Technically, fun fact, I don't even qualify for Diablo 2 press keys, which I think is hilarious. Like, my channel doesn't meet the requirements for it. And I'm not massive. There are much bigger Diablo 2 channels, but I'm not small either. As far as, like, the Diablo 2 community goes.
In here, in the Iron Maiden.
Oh, someone's in an Iron Maiden down there. Let's go rescue him. Sure, we'll help him. Something coming out of that? There you go. I was like, what's your portal for? Yeah, there's not many games I actively hate. There's ones I don't like as much as others. That's going to be true for anything. But I don't think that's ever going to be a thing that is escapable.
Burned runes into my flesh.
Well, I'm planning to expand into action RPGs in general. Actually, I'm planning to expand into RPGs in general. But
I was certain I was gonna die in there.
It's acupuncture therapy.
I heard rumors of vast treasure to be found down here. A damn fool that I am, I believed them. Don't know why I thought it might be inside an Iron Maiden. All I could think of while I was trapped in that horrible darkness was that no one would ever know what had happened to me.
Yay, we got money and experience. I appreciate that. Torture barrel? Is that like Cracker Barrel? With like maybe more flavor? I'm sorry. For all of you that love Cracker Barrel out there, more power to you, but I find their food so bland. Oh my god. Like, I am white, so I'm saying this as a white person. It's like White People the restaurant. It has no flavor. It's like, dear God, learn to use spices. see. You think about it, many games this day are alive due to their atmosphere. Skyrim, Fallout, Diablo, yeah. A lot of these franchises are born on their atmosphere. Even Final Fantasy is an atmosphere. Well, Dutch have their pastries. You get a pass because of pastries. The Cracker Barrel is straight up just like the bland Americana. It's like British food, but more grease. How much spice can I take? Enough that I can fold space and time to get us to Dune. I am a fan of well-seasoned food. Although, that said, I'm also one of those weirdos that actually likes just plain chicken because it has a flavor when it's prepared just nice and slow cooked and you don't cook the ever-living goddamn shit out of it. But at the same time, I appreciate spiced food more than anything. And by that, I mean flavoring. Rosemary is a spice. It's not spicy. Hi.
I am Asilla, once queen to our beloved Leoric. My servants and I were consumed by his madness. Now I give you my blessing, champion, to release my people from their eternal torment.
Apple dumplings and hazelnut cream pie. The U.S. does greasy food well. Turning a jet engine after eating spicy food? Generally, no. Oddly enough. Believe it or not. Even after eating like a ton of jalapenos, the worst I get is like maybe if I eat too many and it upsets my stomach, I get like the wickety shits, but you don't need that many pastries. You don't know the entire Dutch menu. Sadly, I think one of my favorite types of pancakes, which has Dutch in the name, is not Dutch. I'm not sure, though. It's called a Dutch baby. It's basically pretty much a lemon pancake formed in kind of like a bowl shape. I'm not sure if that's actually Dutch or it's just called a Dutch baby. There are certain degrees of spice, yes. There's savory, and then there's downright painful masochistic. On what earth are you thinking? God, I know people that feel that. One of the people I sometimes stream with on his channel, Mr. Gablin, you'll find links to him in the community tab every now and then. But let's go ahead and summon clones. But yeah, Mr. Gablin has, I believe it's called topographical tongue, so he can't eat like hot spicy stuff. I have had snake one time, but it was in a soup and I didn't know it was in there, so I don't know exactly what it tastes like. So I can't actually claim to be able to cook with snake. I have thought about trying alligator though. That is one that I haven't had that I kind of want to take a stab at. There's another corpse.
Freedom, at long last. Freedom. What? Who cares?
Most pancakes you eat are thin and have a large diameter compared to American pancakes. Yeah, the thing specifically about Dutch babies is they have lemons in the actual batter. Lots of reptiles taste very much like chicken, snakes, monitor lizards. It's kind of like a weird space between, like, some of the reptiles I have eaten are always in like a weird space between chicken and fish. There's definitely like a not chickeny texture to them, which is like the taste like chicken kind of doesn't always fit for me. You've had kangaroo before? I have never had kangaroo, and I don't know if I can even get that here. If I can, it would be ungodly expensive, and I can't afford that.
Freedom after so long.
Technically, if I ate my budget, I'd be eating ramen all the time. Just in case anyone's wondering.
Harshly.
You had kangaroo burgers when you went to Sydney for school. Ah, cool. I should enroll back into college and, well, university technically, if you want to go by how people internationally refer to it, and get like exchange studented over to like another country. Bear have not had, and I have not had moose either. We've slowed down our levels because we're talking about food. Which is fine by me, actually. That said, I am going to regret sitting this long later today. So we might have a late Diablo 2... Actually, no, we don't even have to do a Diablo 2 stream later. We've already beaten it. We could do some leveling, though. You wouldn't even know how one would get it. Family member prepared it once. I mean, I imagine in Australia it's accessible, because you actually have kangaroos there. In the US, most of our kangaroos are in zoos, not in private ownership. The Flaily boys that explode and drop worms on your face. Here's another one we get out.
I am free.
We have things actually seeking us, which is fun. I love the shadows. They are so great. Let's see. I'm going to tab here. So yeah, it's just this wing of it that we have to clear out. I'm just looking for the last prisoner, and then we fight the big bad. If memory serves, there is a jailer in here that we have to fight. I could be wrong, though. Where is our... There's our last prisoner. Emus, haven't had an emu. I've had beef, I've had lamb, I've had duck, I've had chicken, I've had squirrel, I think.
My servants are now free.
I hate have to say I think.
Seek the warden at the dungeon center and end his evil forever.
That on the left one? Actually, we'll go like that. We'll throw that on our ring. So we now need to seek the warden. I want to see what's over in this little alcove over here. Oh, I think it's a dead end. I do think this is a dead end. Can you? Yeah, it is. But yeah, people do have emus here. I think I may have had horse once, but unintentionally. There's a number of things I've eaten unintentionally. There's a... Oh, that's gross.
So be it. Face me. And repent.
I'm not sure I could eat myself. Self-cannibalization. Wow. I'm surprised that was even a thing. Next hit delay in D3? I don't think so. There might be. I don't know the deep mechanics of Diablo 3. So there are probably mechanics like that that I haven't dealt with. Rare shoulders, just way better, sure. Gloves, not better. Spear, not... Spear's more damage, but not better. This is just cooler looking. So, mercenary gets an upgrade there.
Ah, good.
see. That is better on his shoulders. I don't think it's going to be good on our shoulders. Yeah.
Ah, good.
Yep, that's good enough for him. Next hit delay is too technical for D3. No Merc focus yet. No, I don't have a relic for him. I haven't seen one drop. Search for the Chamber of Suffering. Which is just downstairs. Why can't they say, just go to the basement? No, they have to give it some exotic name that makes it sound like it's scary. This is not that scary. It's just more rock.
My lord, the prisoner is ready, as you requested.
Thank you, Lazarus. Your loyalty is invaluable in the midst of all these traitors. And you, my dear, my own wife and queen, conspiring against our kingdom.
My love, I swear, I have never betrayed you.
Lies. Until the very end.
A grim end to a noble woman. I am proud to have played my part in Leoric's fall.
The time of my lord's true awakening is at hand. That fool Leoric was only able to resist him because he did not yet possess his full power. With the queen dispatched as a traitor, I may now devote myself fully to preparing the boy for the presence of my master.
The shack. I don't know. Shacks can be pretty scary. Most of the time you just say screw it and ask the blacksmith pretty please for a follower relic just to fill the slot. I can feel that. I hate having empty slots. But that's more just the completionist inside me. And that is something that actually a lot of games exploit as well. You can find some games will actually do a thing where they have like just a premium slot where you have to pay to get an item to fill that slot, like real money. Just because they know that'll be a thing that bothers some people. But usually that's more Eastern games, thankfully. There's all kinds of just little tricks that play on human psychology that just come in as part of normal development of games. I have OCD for gear slots, but not to that extreme. Yeah, it's not... I don't really have OCD. I am neurotic, and I see them up there. They're like, focusing on the enemies. No. Gablins. Then we can deal with the enemies. The enemies will still be there when the Gablin's dead.
These creatures won't go down easily.
Da 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 da. Nice. Okay, skill-wise, I don't think we have a new one for that. Yeah, we don't get that for till 40, which would give us the chance to freeze enemies with that. This, I don't think has one as... Oh, it does. Power of the Storm. Reduce arcane power cost of all skills while Storm is active. Yes. Slow time. No, we'll keep the one that we have. Mirror image has hard light. Increase the life of your mirror images. Yes. There we go. Character's voice sounds like Vegeta. Oh, the NPC that we have? Yeah. He does sound a little bit like that. Teleport has a new rune. That means I have to give up something else that I like. I'll look at it in a minute. Okay. We'll look at it through the slow time one. Teleport has Wormhole. After casting Teleport for a short duration, you may cast Teleport again. Take less damage after you teleport. Wormhole might be fun. Here, we'll play around with it on instead of slow. Although that means that our clones won't cast that. Because they come in with kind of similar setups as we do. It's basically a faster teleport, I think.
Still waiting.
Yeah, it's a double teleport. Which isn't terrible, but it's not something that I'm going to use very much. But this seems like a good combo for us. I'm just making these cause blood. They make a nice squishy splat noise. Yeah, it's not like the old TP, unfortunately. I do like that the clones have the same skills as us. That makes me extremely happy. Grab that.
We have done it.
Agony Eye, if memory serves. Ooh, pants. They got a socket in them. Oh, that's intelligence up as well. Area damage on hit? Yeah. Think we use that instead. Unfortunately, but it is definitely more balanced, and it works with a bunch of the fact that other skills have mobility as well. I mean, other classes have mobility skills too. Which mobility skills are definitely a nice thing to have in any action RPG. I don't care if it's fast-paced or slow-paced, mobility is always a nice addition. Because it keeps the game from being quite as, oh no, I'm walking down the same damn hallway again. And the vibes. Can I do a Duke Nukem voice? I haven't tried. Just a second. He's a little bit more gravelly, and it's been a while since I've heard him, but it's something like, Sorry, just like getting concentrated and going crazy. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. I don't know. I'm here to chew ass and eat gum. And kick gum, there we go. Ew. But no, on the spot, not really. I'd have to sit there and practice it a bit. You want voice acting, Gablin's a good choice as well. He can kind of drop them a lot fast. Oh god. Here we are, Chamber of Suffering. It's fun to have different kind of skills, and mobility is just one of them. Yes.
Crying over the old man's corpse. She'll soon have another one to cry over. Yours. Meet the Butcher.
Hi, Butcher. Not even the one from The Boys.
Fresh meat.
I still miss the old Butcher. Old Butcher was better. No, I want out of the fire. Bye. Okay, running away. Yeah, he's not too bad of an enemy. He's just really predictable, so it's kind of like meh. We got another wand. If it's the same wand. No, it's a different wand. Which one are you? What build are you going to enable for this? The Butcher? Oh, Butcher from the boys. Yeah, if you could freeze you, that'd be even more terrifying. Summon Slider for fast movement. Fun to have different kinds of skills and mobility. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the Butcher is a thing. Anyway, the damage of explosive blast is increased by 383%, and 3 additional blasts are triggered after casting it. It's got better stats on it than what we have by like a huge margin, but explosive blast is melee. It is. Where are you hiding? It's here. You cannot use this on your left click, unfortunately. Okay, we'll put it on there. But it's this. Scott, reduce the cooldown of it. Explosive damage turns into lightning. Increases the damage of explosive blast, but it's not...
Not ready yet.
Not really that impressive. There's that... The delay makes it kind of crappy. On Switch, you can put any skill on any button. There's... For the... don't go back to town. For the most part, you can on this. It's just left click specifically you can't. Because I think I can put that on right click. Yeah, I can put it on right click. Let's see. What would I... Do I just... That increases our damage a lot. Like, it's a massive intelligence and vitality boost. Can I just dual wield wands? Just one in each hand? Please? Wand of Woe versus Unstable Scepter. I really do prefer Unstable Scepter because I don't have to be doing Nova things at point blank. We're going to stick with this for a while, but I will save it in my... Save it in my stash. Conjure a black hole that draws enemies in and deals damage to them. See, that's more a skill that's my speed. You can also constantly cast it since it explodes 3 times. Yeah. It's a spammable one. It's just kind of like, what do I replace for it? Because I still want to use Arcane Orb. Arcane Orb is just really good. You want to dual wield wands? You know what? We'll mess with it for a while. We're going to keep them both, though. I wish there was a way to upgrade the levels of the skills as well. We will put this in place of slow time. Since we're going to spam it, it will be on the 2 button, so that's fine. And do we want Flash, which reduces the cooldown on it? Or increase the damage? We're going to reduce the cooldown. So we really can spam it.
Need more time.
Let's see if there's... I don't think there's enemies in this part. This is the part where we awaken Tyrael. Have I played Elden Ring? No. Sadly, when it went on sale, I didn't have the money to spend on it. Otherwise, I would have gotten it. Because there was a sale not too long ago where it was like 40% off. But I didn't get a chance to try it. Okay. Kill the cultists. Okay. Let's get some friends out.
Not ready yet. Still waiting.
Dying.
Take your sword, Angel.
Need more time.
Grab it when you can. It was the first time in years you said this game is on par with D2, if not better. Oh, it's a great game. I have already heard all kinds of people talking of its accolades. I will fail horribly at it because it's a Souls-like, but that doesn't mean I don't like Souls-likes. I love Souls-likes. I just don't beat them.
I remember the warning I came to deliver. Belial and Asmodan, the last lords of hell, are unleashing a tide of darkness that will drown this world. Already, Belial's shadow has fallen upon Chaldean.
Belial? I look forward to killing a Lord of Hell. Should be an interesting battle.
We must move quickly. Let us return to Tristram and make ready.
But yeah, I've already spent my gaming budget for like 4 months, unfortunately.
Time grows short, my friends. Even now, Belial's influence is spreading through Chaldea.
But how will we find him?
We won't have to. Magda and her coven will lead us straight to him.
I'm not going anywhere until Uncle Deckard's been laid to rest.
Yes, Cain deserves to be honored before we hunt down his killers.
I have called for a caravan to guide us to the east. Speak to the caravan master when you are ready to go. We will see to Cain as we depart.
Okay, so we can go to the east, and that is Act 1 done. Should have a cinematic.
It was all just stories. My uncle saw what he wanted to see.
Deckard sacrificed much to protect this world. But his work is not over.
What would you know about sacrifice?
Tyrael, the ancient law of the high heavens strictly forbids us from interfering with the mortal world. Yet you have done so, brazenly.
All I am guilty of, Imperius, is bringing justice, while you hide, cowering behind your throne.
Silence! You will now answer for your transgressions.
You cannot judge me. I am justice itself. We were meant for more than this. To protect the innocent. But if our precious laws bind you all to inaction, then I will no longer stand as your brother.
You chose to be one of us.
Sacrilege.
Thus, I fell willingly. Because humanity is the only hope for this world.
Dude has massive hands too, though. And yes, the cinematics are good. The interact ones.
I never believed all your crazy tales. The work. You never finished. I will finish it, Uncle. I will carry on for you.
Tyrael saves the people who make guides for Diablo 2.
that Tristram is safe. I traveled to Chaldeum, the great city of the East. It has fallen before one of the last lords of Hell, Belial. I mean to set the city free.
And on that note, that will be the end of the stream, unfortunately, because I need to get up, do my stretches, do my exercises and stuff like that, so my back does not completely lock up, and I cannot stream again for another 2 months. that is kind of the thing. So anyway, if you guys enjoyed this, be sure to like, subscribe, all that jazz and stuff. And I will see you next time, whenever we're probably going to be streaming more Diablo 3, and I'll probably be doing some mixed Diablo 2 streams in there, or maybe some other action RPGs. We shall see. And yes, Elden Ring definitely needs a controller, but